and welcome along. This is Virtual Farmer, and we're about to start a brand new Let's Play series. Our first one for Farming Simulator 25. We are going to be on Hutan Pantai. We're going to do start from scratch. We're going to start with 500,000, but our starting loan is going to be 500,000. So the aim of this series is going to be start a farm with a £500,000 loan and to pay off that loan by the end of the series. We're also going to go on economic difficulty normal, and we're not going to start with the start farm. So yeah, this should prove to be quite an interesting challenge. For mods, we have only got the Madgin pack and the John Deere 7810. And so let's head in and get this game started. So here we are in Hutan Pantai. We've got our sleep trigger and everything. So it seems we start off with the house. And in fact, I had a quick look at the map in general. And this area here, despite being the regular start farm, is actually a really good place for us to begin. So we're going to take a quick look at the map. And I think if we spend half our money on land and half our money on equipment, we should be pretty good. That should do us pretty well. The starting area here, we head over to the farmland. So this area here, that is 115,000. It gives us a field down there. I think that will be very useful. So we will buy the starting farm area. So let's buy that. Yes. So we should be. We own that. How is our balance? Oh, no, there we go. Balance is down to 384,000. So if we then go, yeah, we've got about just under 50,000 for that and just under the 84,000. So that would be perfect. Buying these three sections, that is a really good area for us to buy. Those two, or those should leave us with 253,000, which is perfect. Now, I think that the rice fields that we have over here, these are ready to harvest. Yep, so we've got a ready to harvest rice field here and two ready to harvest fields down here. So what we're going to need is we're going to need a rice harvester, and we're going to need a trailer of some description. Let's see what we've got price rise and try and work this out. Now, if we click on here, we can see the kind of stuff we need for rice. We're going to need a rice planter. That is 25,000. That will be great. So we'll hold on for that. We've got the EDK 650 here is the suggested trailer. Now, my wonder is this is a bale trailer as well. So this is going to be a perfect trailer for us. So we'll start off with the rice harvester. This is going to be 95,000, which is not too expensive. We've then got the Izeki tractor here, which I think will be a really good tractor for us. I want to go with a bit of a Japanese flavor on this map. So the Izeki is the perfect size for this. The only other tractor that I think would be interesting at the moment would be the Kubota. And you can see that's 153,000. So we'll go back into here. We will get the Izeki rice harvester first then. That is going to cost us 95,000. No real changes except for we need somebody on the number plate. And congratulations to Simon Tallboy. You've been selected for our first number plate for this series. Simon T is what I'm going with. So you've been selected from, of course, the tractor driver and above level patrons and channel members. So there we go. Thank you for your support. Let's buy that then for 95,000. Before I go any further, I just want to go and check what is in the sales. And actually, no, nothing of any use to us in the sales. So we will head back in and we'll get the Izeki tractor next. Let's put the Michelin tires on that. That has wide tires, which will be quite useful for us with what we've got set up. And selecting our second person for a number plate. Congratulations to ArkAngil. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and channel members. And so we're going to go with AK Angel on here. And Thank you very much for your support. Your name is going on the number plate for this tractor. We'll get that bought as well. And then finally, for initially now, we need a trailer. So we're going to go with the 8-meter squared extension on here. We will take design 3, I think. I quite like this with the bits along the side. Chassis color, I want a silver, I think. And main color, I think the Goldhofer blue will suit this quite nicely. Oh yeah, I like that a lot. So one final license plate to do here. And that goes to Jason Hodge. Congratulations, you've been selected at random from the tractor driver level patrons and channel members. And your name is going on the number plate for this one. Thank you for your support. Let's buy the trailer then. Yes. And head down to the shop. And there we have it. There's our first set of equipment. We've got our harvester, we've got our tractor, and we've got our trailer. So I'm going to get the tractor and the trailer heading off first. We want to get these heading towards the farm. They'll move fairly swiftly, and we can send them off with a hired worker. So hook this up. And then we want to create a job, select the tractor we're in, set a destination, and the destination is going to be our farmyard over here. So set that going there. So that's doing that, and we can leave that heading off. And we're going to jump into the harvester. The harvester will be a little bit slower than the tractor, so it's going to take us a little bit longer to get back. But we'll get there eventually, and then we can get started on the rice. I think our success on this farm is going to be very much tied to how we can maximize our profits. So this rice harvester, we don't have a huge amount of rice. We don't have a huge number of fields, and the yield on the rice isn't massive. I think we probably want to get this field here turned into another rice paddy so that next year we can handle that and get that done nicely. I think we might have to sell off some of our stuff. I think we've got space to place things as well, so we might have some space in there, possibly to place a production. I think we might be able to sell off a couple of sheds. I think we want to get I think getting a greenhouse would be a very good decision as well. We've got the mushroom greenhouse here, and we will make mushrooms. So we're going to get some water as well. Turn off our flashes. Our tractor, of course, got here well before us, but we can now just set ourselves up on this first field. So it's quite nice that we have 2 fields already. And we should be able to get some rice going on there. Might even have some more space there to produce some more stuff from greenhouses. That would be useful. Let's turn this on. Drop it down. And yeah, we're good. And then what I want to do is GPS on here would be really useful. So let's turn on the steering assist. That is looking good. 3 headlands. Right, there we are. And away we go. That way we won't actually miss harvesting any of the rice. 1 headland done, and we are 18% full. So I don't think we're going to get more than a couple of loads off this harvester off this field. Not a huge problem, because I think we can. Well, hang on. We've only got 400 liters so far. So it really depends on how well we can process this. 400 liters. 20%, so this harvester only holds 2,000 liters. I think we're going to be lucky to get a full trailer off all 3 of these fields at this rate, because we've got an 8,000 liter trailer. Yeah, and these fields are only really going to produce 6,000 liters of rice. That still might be able to be processed up into something a little bit more profitable. So with any luck, that will work. And in fact, with a slightly bigger field into the next year, that should be fine. We've got 55,000 left. We only need 25,000 for the other for our planter. We know we need a water tank as well. We're probably going to want a larger rather than a smaller water tank. So that's going to cost us a fair whack more. And we need something to process stuff. And that's going to be 36,000 on its own. And we're going to need some way of loading things up. We might have to do a contract. We might have to get some bits in that are going to earn us a little bit more money. I really would like to get some sort of generator up and running as well, because we are going to be losing money on the loan as well, and we need something to offset that. Maybe we can sell some of the buildings we've got. We might be able to make a little bit of money from those, and if we can do that, then we might be okay. We'll have to see. Let's get this rice done first, and then we can go from there. This little rice harvester is a fantastic piece of kit. I really, really love its maneuverability. It just turns on a dime. Look at that. It's unbelievable. And then, yeah, we just motor across the field. It is 60% full, so we are going to get a full harvester off here. If we get more than 2,500 litres off this field, then we will start getting to the point where we might be running out of space in the trailer. So very much hoping that we get a full trailer. That would be very good. That would be extremely cost effective here. Let's get this down. I do like that rice is basically an entry level crop. It is perfect. You can put 500,000. We've bought the harvester, we've bought the tractor and trailer, we've bought the land. We would be able to buy the planter and probably a water bowser as well. The only thing we can't get in that price is the processing plant. But what I'm hoping is we can get the processing plant first, and then we will be able to go from there and process our crop as well and make some extra money off it, because the rice itself, for the amount we have here, I don't think it pays that well. So definitely looking to make as much as we can and maximize that profit. And I think that is going to be a very important part of this, as I've said before. Got about two, maybe. Yeah, I think we've got 2 rows to go, and we are 98% full. We've got about 20 litres to go. Yeah, that is going to be close enough. So let's get our auger out. We'll line ourselves up here. 99%. We might as well empty. Start this up. We'll bring it round. Oh, this Bartech trailer in this blue looks absolutely fantastic. Really, really liking that. Pull it under and empty out, and yeah, just under 2,000 litres should be is a pretty good load off this first field. Very tempted now to get the harvester to go and do it. We'll go and empty. I'll go and harvest the other 2 fields, and we could then go and get on with some other stuff. But actually, I'm enjoying using this rice harvester, so I'm going to harvest the rest of this. It'll take us further into the day, and we won't spend any extra money on hired workers. And in fact, I think this has got the whole of the last row. We will just check by spinning around and just seeing if there is anything here. Nope, that looks like we've got everything. Perfect. So off, up, and we'll head on to field 2. Into the 3rd headland on this field, and it's going pretty well. Again, we're up to a 3rd full, so about the same kind of yield. I am wondering how good a condition these fields are in. We have a look in the soil composition. So yeah, they're not fertilized at all. You can see where we're harvesting, it's fertilizing the field, but they're not fertilized at all. No weeds in any of them. Don't need lime. Don't need rolling. Not mulched at all. No stones. Yes, so they're not perfect. I mean, they're not fertilized at all. So we need to sort out. We'll get a big boost from fertilizing next year. We'll also get a big boost from these fields being mulched next year. So those are good. That's good news. We know we're not getting the maximum boost. In fact, our yield bonus here is only 42%. So yeah, we know we can improve these fields a lot into the next year and get a higher yield out of them. So that'll be really good news. That will help us a lot. This field is the other way around to the last one. So the long edge is across the field rather than up and down it like the last one was. And so we'll continue on and get the rest of this field out. I'm very happy though. This is good. We're looking like making a good start here. Just worried about the little bit of overlap in money. We need slightly more money than we have, and that might mean doing a contract. That might mean seeing if we can cut down a tree or two. I think this field might be a smidge smaller than the previous one because we've only got about 3-4 rows left, and we're only 60% full. So we're going to make it onto the bottom field, which is definitely bigger. And yeah, this one is noticeably smaller than the other two. In fact, this is part of 2 halves of field 31. So yeah, definitely looking at a smaller amount off here. We might get up to 70% maybe, and then we'll move on to the next field, and that should mean that we'll get another full harvester after a little while on the headlands. And I really hoped for a third full harvester, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. On to the end of the second headland on our third field, and we're coming very close to a full harvester. Can I make it to the end? Yes, we can. Right, so let's get the auger out and we'll go get the tractor and trailer. This little Ideki tractor is a neat little tractor. I really quite like it. It's not overly expensive. It's not massively horse-powered, but it does the job, especially when paired with our harvester here. And of course, it's from the region that we're farming at the moment. So it's going to be about 4,000 litres in total in our trailer. And with the harvester emptied, we can get back to the field. Yeah, how much exactly have we got in that trailer actually? I think it's just under 4,000 litres. Yeah, 3,961 litres. So not too bad. It would be nice to get 6,000 litres. I don't know how likely that is. We would require another full harvester off this field and a little bit to reach that. I don't know if that's possible. I guess we'll see. This is our biggest field. Of our 3 fields, this is our biggest. So if there was going to be a field that would allow us to reach that, it would be this one. So we'll have to see how it goes. This end row. Nope, that's heading over to the second one. And why doesn't it want to give me this row here? That's a bit weird. Let's realign ourselves. Yeah, there we go. And away we go. We're coming up to about halfway through this field. We've got 42% full. Do you know what? It's going to be close. I'm unsure exactly which way this is going to go. We could very easily get a full harvester. We could very easily fall short. It could be either way, and I just don't know. My gut at the moment very much telling me that this is not going to end how I want it to, and that we're going to fall slightly short of that 6,000 litres that I'd like to hit. It does mean, though, I'm pretty sure that when we turn these fields around and get them done, we will get well over that 6,000, especially if we can add field 27 into the mix as well. We're looking at a really good rice harvest for our second harvest on here. We've got to get through the first one first, and we're going to need several things. We're going to need a cultivator, we're going to need a water trailer, we're going to need a planter, and we're going to need something to lift pallets, and we're going to need something to process our rice. That's a lot of money's worth of stuff we need to spend. Just 2 of those things are going to cost us more than the money we have remaining. And as I said, we're not going to take a loan on here, so we've got to find the money from somewhere else. So final row, and no, we are not going to hit that magic bull harvester. We are at 75%. It's going to be about 76. No, it's not even going to be 76%. There we go. We're done. 75% full harvester. Let's go empty this out. Yeah, might as well take the harvester to the tractor and trailer, and then get the harvester back up to the farm. And then we're going to decide where we go from there, because slightly less than expected. Yeah, we'll be able to see here actually with this nice indicator at the top left exactly how much we have, and 5,480 liters. It's not even 5,500 liters. Right, we've got to work out what we're going to do with this, and how we might get a bit of extra money in. First though, we need to get the harvester away. And thankfully we have a nice little shed on our property we can do that with. Just spin this round and put this here. Wondering if there's anywhere in the yard that we can put a production facility. Well, actually, can we get the tractor in here as well? That might be a little bit of a push, but I think the 2 of them might fit in here. Yeah, a little bit snug, but I think this will fit both of our vehicles. That's good. Somewhere to store both of those overnight. And now we need somewhere to process our rice, I think. And we do have a nice little production facility included with Farming Simulator 25. So we've got sugar mill. We could, now there's 2 choices we've got. We could make, we could grab a mini canning factory, preserved food factory. That would do us pretty well. The other one is a mini mill. There'd be a mini grain mill, which would also process, but that would also process wheat. I think we want this. I think we want a mini processing factory. Can we put that over here by our grain mill? Land not owned by you, so we don't own that land. Okay. So this has got to go over here. Overlap to another object. I kind of want to replace these 2 sheds here with it, or this shed here, and we could possibly get some money doing that. So let's head into demolition mode. So that there, that would earn us 2.5 grand for that metal garden shed. So we will sell that, yes. Okay, and we will sell this metal garden shed. So that's given us an extra 5,000. Fantastic. So that's really good. And then we can put this in here. Now, if I'm careful, let's spin ourselves around. Yeah, I think that will fit there fairly flat. So I'm gonna spin around. The actual controls for this are a little bit annoying. It won't. Oh no, it will fit there. It will fit there if we're careful. There'll be a little bit of branches sticking into it, but that should work. We'll bring it right up to the edge so that we have a good spot, hopefully, for these spawn. And we will turn off. I will toggle free mode. Bam, into there. That should work, I think. Let's go and have a look. So that then takes us down to 24,000. Actually, we are right on the cusp of being able to afford the cedar, which is really good. But yeah, these should spawn here absolutely fine. So let's get the rice into here. and start making some stuff that will make us money. I'm actually quite pleased that we managed to sell that. Or sell those buildings. That has worked very, very well for us. Let's get these into here then, and back it up. Get a tip, yeah. So tip that in. That going into here. We can then activate this. Let's see what we can make from the rice. So we can make rice bags. These will take 56 rice and make 50 rice rolls. So that's a pretty good conversion there. And then we've got the rice bag, which is basically the same as the rice box, I think. 100 rice makes 45. So that's about a 50% drop. Actually, it's a 55% drop. So let's look at the rice bag. These are rice crackers. So 56. So about 90% drop roughly. So if we have a look at the rice bags down here, which is the rice rolls, so they're mislabeled by the looks of things. Best price for them is 2,789. Compared to the price of rice, which is 2,000. Okay. So, or 2,078, yeah, is best price. 2,008, 2,100 and... Oh, this is our factory here. So, yeah, we are... The rice rolls are worth that much. The rice bags are worth 2,500. That, to me, seems like a wild drop in price. I think we want to go nowhere near the rice bags. That will be really bad. So I think the rice rolls actually have the best chance of giving us a big bump in how much we get. Not as much as I'd have oh no, hang on. No. More than I'd expected. Yeah, that's right. We click on the rice rolls and the rice. For a very small amount, we'll get some extra out of that. So let's make the rice rolls with this, which lists it as rice bag. We want to activate that, then produce those, and then we'll be able to sell those at a nice little profit, which means we've got 24,884 left. Go park our trailer up. I think we want to go and get a water trailer and get our other stuff running. And I also think we need something to load bits onto this trailer. So back this up. Yes. Yeah. We'll have to go and get this trailer. We'll have to get a workshop or something, a mini workshop eventually. So we don't have to drive all the way to the shop to get the bale trailer set up on this. But yeah, we'll go get water trailer, and I think we can get something to help load stuff as well. Let's go and have a look at what our options are to get things moving. I'd really like to get a greenhouse up and running as well. Try and make a little bit of extra cash. So under the water barrels, it's 5,000 for the little water trailer, and wow, 17,000 for the big one. So we're gonna have to get the little one. We really can't afford anything more than that. I like the chrome wheels on this, and to select somebody from the supporters. And congratulations to Farmer Fox 303. You have been selected at random from the Tractor Driver and above level patrons and channel members. And so we're going to go with FRMRFX on here for your number plate. Okay, that. And we are going to buy that. Yes. Okay. And then the other item I want to get is this. The WIFO HMZ 340 3000. So this will go great on the back of our tractor and will allow us to very easily load pallets. This is going to cost us 10,000. But it's going to be well worth it. Much cheaper than getting anything else, pretty much. And I'm hoping that we can load both of these on at the same time. Sadly, in FS22, you could, you could attach this and then lift it up, but this is a very different connection. So load that onto there, right, and then see if we can back up to the trailer and whether that will then connect. I'd be surprised if it did, considering the way things connect in FS 25. Oh no, it will. Oh, look at that, absolutely perfect. Problem we have now is I have no idea where to get any water from. I don't really want to be paying for water when we're so tight, so yeah, I don't quite know how I'm going to handle that. I think anything that I place is going to cost me money, but there's not really much choice. Looking at the map, there's water down here, but I have no idea if I can get anywhere near it. There's obviously the harbor and everything there, but there's nothing really close to us. So even if I drive down to here and try and get down to this water, A, I've got to go all the way around, and B, with the size of water trailer we've got, that's going to take quite a while to do. So what I'm going to do, I think, is probably put in a water pump. Now there is a water pump option. This is 1,500. Both of them cost money. Yeah. So this one will cost money for us to produce. There's also a little bit of an American anachronism on an Asian map like this, but I don't think I've got a lot of choice. So we're gonna try and put this. There is a spot over here somewhere there. So I'm gonna put this over here, like so. It will cost us money to fill from it. There is a mod I've been sent, which is a free version of this. Let me know down in the comments if you think I should replace the version I have on here with that version. That might make a little bit more sense. But yeah, for a full tank of this is going to be really costly. So yeah, let me know what you think. I kind of feel like I should replace it. We are going to spend 1,000 on this. No, 374. Okay, it's not horrendous, but I don't think it's going to get us that far in our greenhouse. So empty that out. And we'll see how full this gets, this greenhouse. Well, there we go. In fact, yeah, that's enough. That's enough to fill that greenhouse. Perfect. So we want to get making some rice saplings ready for when we're ready to replant. So yeah, so turn on the rice saplings. We want those. And then I'll refill again with another 300 odd pounds worth. And we will fill up the mushrooms as well. I would like to get another greenhouse. We cannot afford that at the moment. But if we can get more stuff going through our productions, that would be great. And we can make kimchi with stuff from the other greenhouses. So yeah, definitely want to try and get that working. So we'll get our mushrooms going and start trying to make some mushrooms. I don't think there's anything we can put into our production for mushrooms. Empty that out though. There we go. And yeah, I don't think mushrooms are something that can come into this processing plant. No. Parsnips, no. Mushrooms aren't something that comes in here and does anything. So yeah, we want to try and get other stuff in, I think. But that's us pretty well set up for our first day. I think that we're going to look possibly at doing a contract or something. The only other job we've got, and you probably need to pick up next time, is a cultivator. Let's have a look in here and see what choices we got. Oh wow, we do not have a lot of choice in cultivators. That's 16 grand. What do we have in power harrows? 14 grand. We are gonna have to go and do something. 9 there for a disc harrow. So the cheapest thing that's really usable to us is that, the cross max for 9,000. So we need to make some money, and we need to make some money fast to get things going. are in desperate need of some money, really. We need a cultivator, and we need a way of getting some other bits and pieces. We have only 5,414. So that means we're going to be taking on a contract for the afternoon of the first day in August. So let's go and see what's available. Now, there's a few available, and I've settled on really this one on Farmland 9. 9,938 with 1,299 cost. So let's borrow the items for this. Yes. And those should then appear here at the shop. Pretty nice big S7 combine that we're going to have to work with today. We're going to have fun getting that down to the field. Shouldn't be too much hassle, though, I think. We'll just pop the header on the header trailer and get it down there. And in fact, I think our best bet is probably to hook the tractor and trailer up first. And like we did with our rice harvest last time, we'll send this down to the field now and get that into position so that we don't have to come back and chase it later. So let's just do that there. And then we want to send it down to the field. So create job, select the tractor that we're in. We're heading down to field 9. So we will set the destination about there. So just off the road. Hopefully our tractor will be fine. Yep, that's heading off. And that gives us a little bit of time now to muck around with the header and the header trailer and get everything loaded up and not have to worry about that too much. I think we had a pretty good start last time. I think we got going fairly well. We are a little bit more shy of money than I would have liked. I mean, we do need to get the cedar, and if it might end up being that we have to lease it, but we've got plenty of time before the rice needs to be planted. So a couple of contracts and selling off the stuff that we've already got together should sort us. Yeah, the 10,000, the immediate need for the 10,000 is because we do not have the money to get a cultivator. And without the cultivator, we cannot get our fields prepared for the rice over the winter. So we'll get this contract done. This should give us a good amount of money, and then we can start back working on our farm again, getting those fields ready. Our tractor has arrived at the field and we are not too far behind. I'm actually going to bring the header trailer off the road here so we can drop that there. We'll unfold the harvester. And that, with any luck, should give us enough space to get started down here. Connect that up. And yeah, looks like there is a second farm on here down this way. Fairly large one in the middle of the map. I think this does most of the fields around here. So this would be basically, that farm there would be the farm for the middle of the map. That does come with a greenhouse as well, which I think is quite useful. Right, we want to come onto here. We're not going to want an AI worker because we're going to do this ourselves. So let's get the steering assist on. I'm going to give it 2 headlands because I think that will be more useful to us. Okay, that. Get ourselves onto the course. And in fact, to straighten up a little bit first. There we go. And away we go. And the GPS now should guide us round this field pretty nicely. Combine is not filling up too fast, but yeah, not doing too bad. We're getting a really good view of the plain out here, though. It is quite gorgeous parts of this map, and the way the mist clings in the areas just sort of around the edges, in the bowls and things that exist, is quite spectacular. And then you've got the town or the city that sort of comes into view with all its various lights that just light up at night. Is incredible. This is an absolutely beautiful map. It might not be my favorite map in FS25, but it's still a really, really good map. And yeah, I absolutely love it. We're coming up to 90% full on the combine. We're sitting at about 88% at the moment, 89%. And I think I'm gonna try a little experiment. I know a lot of people have been having trouble with contracts completing and not letting them finish the field. Now, I normally don't have the issue because of the way I tend to do contracts, but I know that there are bigger contracts that you can get where the option of holding on to the crop for longer isn't an easy one. So I've been coming up with an idea of how you might be able to continue on and make sure you get the whole field done without having to worry about that all-important amount that you've delivered and the contract ending. So what we're going to do is go put the auger out and we'll go and get the tractor and trailer, and I'm going to take the first load off the combine and dip it in my silo. The contract is 43% complete from this, so there's quite a lot of this will probably be needed to actually complete the contract, but I think we will be able to hold on to enough of this then for it to prevent the contract's completion if we go and put this in our own silo. In fact, this is only going to hold about 25% of the space in the trailer. Yeah, a little bit over by the looks of things. About a third of the trailer, maybe. Oh, wow, more than I was expecting. So yeah, 36% of this trailer. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set things up, and I'm going to set this tractor and trailer on a job. So the job we're going to do is to do a deliver. We're going to deliver to our silo, which should be over here. I think we own that, or maybe we don't. Oh, I was hoping we owned that. We don't own that silo because we don't own that land. I was hoping to deliver to that land over there. So yeah, my basic plan was, which of course has now fallen on its face, was to load this first load into the silo, hold on to it until the contract was complete, and then tip what we needed to tip from it to complete the contract. However, it seems that that isn't going to be the case, and instead what we'll do, considering that this already says it's 40% complete, is we will continue on. We're about halfway through the harvest portion of this field then, and we should have no trouble cutting the whole field. But yeah, so I'll probably go more into this idea in my guide to contracts video when I get round to making that in a few days time. But the basic idea is hold on to the first couple of loads. Maybe if you're doing a vegetable contract or a sugar beet or a potato contract, hold on to a couple of trailerfuls, just enough to prevent the contract from completing, and then you'll be able to do the whole field. It looks like we might have a bit of a problem. Rain is beginning to fall, and that is not going to be good for us for completing this contract. We've only got 9 hours to get this contract done, and a rain delay could be pretty costly for us. So let's just turn all of this off, and we'll have a quick look at our forecast. Thankfully, it should be a fairly short shower. So as soon as it passes, we're going to have a pretty clear run through the rest of the evening. I think the rain is clearing up. Yeah. Hopefully it will be fine. Yeah, that looks like it's just about cleared. It's good. Took a couple of hours, which isn't great. Obviously, we could do with time, but I'm expecting things to be okay with this. Not expecting a drop in yield because the rain has finished, even if the last little bit of it is just clearing out. We should very soon be okay. I'm actually a little bit concerned about this. Let's see if it still thinks it's raining. Thirdly, the windscreen wipers thinks it's raining. Yeah, let's not harvest this until it's fully cleared. Wipers have stopped. Let's try activating the harvester again. We're good. And away we go. Excellent. So I think we might have had a bit of a reduced yield on that first part on this row, but we're back in business now, and while we've got a little bit of extra mud, we should be able to fairly quickly whip through the rest of this harvest. The sun is definitely going down, and despite the fact that it's quite sunny, we've got that very bright area over to the side there, and the sun it's getting a bit dark. We should be all right. I don't think we've got any issues. We just might have to turn the lights on the combine in a bit. We are getting more full, so auger out. I think at the end of this row, we will empty out the combine. We'll be at nearly 90% full, if not actually at 90% full at that point. In fact, yeah, there we go. So let's just stop that for the moment. We'll bring this up, and yeah, I think I'm going to start turning some lights on my equipment. It is just getting that little bit dark, and interesting. It's quite early on in the middle of the summer for that. So empty this out. I think we'll cut in down that last strip, and then we've got that little bit over there. I cut in a little bit too far with my first cut. So we're just gonna fix that. Yeah, definitely in need of the lights on, and we are almost empty. And that cramp, that is nearly 2/3 full. No, that's over 2/3 full. So one more harvester load off this should do it, and we want to make sure that we're not going to cause ourselves any issues. We'll go down the middle here, split this bit in half, and then yeah, we'll just go and finish off the other end of the field. I think we're going to have a pretty full trailer by the end of this. One is definitely setting at the moment, and we have got through this side of the field. We've got 3 more rows to go. We are less than 50% full. So I think the rest of this field is going to fit in this combine, which is very useful. It means we've not delivered anything yet, and should fully end up with a being able to do the full field, which is great news. That should give us a little bit extra, and I was originally going to maybe hold on to the canola, but knowing that I don't have anywhere to store it has really scuppered that. So we're gonna just sell all of this. We'll drop all of it off. We'll get some extra cash in for the little bit of extra canola that we'll be dropping off. Not at best price, but we can't hold on to the contract for long enough. We will just fail it. We've only got 9 hours in game to do it. And in fact, I'm wondering whether it gives me a countdown. Looking at, yeah, so we've only got 4 hours and 32 minutes left to get it done. So it has to be done by midnight, in fact. It has to be done by midnight on this day. So if you get through to the next day, you fail the contract, and it's not done, you fail the contract. How close am I to the end? Have we got a moment? Let's have a look at the other contracts. Yeah, they're all to be done by the end of the day, except for the wood transport. So that's really interesting. Contracts need to be done same day you take them, or possibly same month you take them, because we're running single day months, so I need to test that. And yeah, they are contracts that you have to complete pretty fast, and we're taking that into account when you're doing contracts in FS25. Coming up to the end of the last row, so auger out, and 92%. We weren't far off that full tank. So we'll bring our tractor and trailer under, and we'll be able to go and deliver this. So whole harvest or whole field has been harvested. Yeah, definitely worth holding on to as much crop as you can before you finish the harvest. Even with the root crop one, if you dump it at the side of the field and then load it up with a telehandler or something later, just worth doing that to make sure that you can hold everything. Now the question here is, are we going to be able to take everything out of the combine here into the trailer, or are we going to run out of space? It's going to be close, but no, we have a full trailer. So how much remains in the combine? 1,000 liters. A whopping 1,000 liters. And this needs to go down to the harbour. So we'll head over there. We'll go and get this tipped. And then we'll come back for that 1,000 liters to finish things off and make us a little bit of money. That's a smidge annoying, to be honest. 1,000 liters is a tiny amount for us to come back for, but it's worth over £1,000. And if that's all the crop we make money from on here, that is going to be worth coming back for it. So we're headed down to the docks. Hopefully we'll be able to turn in here without too much hassle. I've got the big map up just to give myself an idea. Should be okay coming down here. I still got my indicator on. I need to download the indicator cancel mod that came in today as I'm recording this, and get that on here, because that is going to be so useful with everything I've got. Just pull into here and let's see if this completes the contract. Tip it up. And yeah, we need to go and get that last 1,000 liters and get back in here. 99, it's complete. We made 4,257 from the harvest income. Wow, that is an awesome boost. That's going to be over 5,000 from the harvest income when we've finished. So yeah, definitely worth going back to the field, grabbing that last little bit of crop, and bringing that back down here. Back to the field for the last 1,000 liters. We can turn the combine off after that's loaded that up. There we go. That's emptied. Or get in. Lights off. And then the combine off. Go. Right. Let's get this tractor tipped. And that will be the jobs here done for the day. I think we have enough excess cash in our account for now to be able to make it through to the following morning, and maybe if we're lucky we might end up with a cultivator in the used sales. We're gonna make about 8,000-ish off the contract. We already are at 9,500. We should be at 10,000 by the time we deliver this. So yeah, I think we're gonna be looking pretty good. So our last 1,000 liters, we'll bring that around and into the sell point here. And the contract's complete, so I just need to finish it off. But yeah, tip this here. See how much we make off 1,000 liters? 1,194. So absolutely perfect. Right, tractor off, lights off, and that is this contract done. So let's see how much money we have if we complete it. Active, completed, collect. Yep, there we go. Tractor is gone. And yeah, we're up to 19,424. So quite a big amount that we've gathered now. So that's almost enough for us to buy the planter, which is great. First though, we'll check in here. There's a really nice combine in here. Wow, I would love to have that class. 123,000 though is well out of any money we have at the moment. So we need to look at cultivators and just check where we are. So 16,000 would get us a 3 meter. 9,500 would get us the 4 meter John Deere. So that's always an option. We've also got the disc harrows had quite a good option. Yeah, there's the cross max here for 9,000. Nothing really any smaller than that. So that's a possibility. But if we're going to go for that, we could go for the John Deere as well. Slightly wider. And then in the power harrows, yeah, the only options there are all pretty expensive and probably require more power than our tractor has. Just checking our little tractor for quickly. The Izeki we have has 123 horsepower. We look at the cultivators, that requires 110, so that would be fine. And in the disc harrows, that requires 95. So both of those options would work absolutely fine. So we'll have a look at those. We are headed, well, we've headed down to the shop because we need to deal with a bit of a problem on the farm. I turned on occasional ploughing, and yeah, we need to plough all of our fields. All 4 of our fields need doing. So I think we're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I was going to originally do the just do some cultivating, and we were looking at disc harrows for this. So it's going to be about 9,000 for a disc harrow. Instead, we're going to look at a subsoiler, and we're going to go with this one here. Everything else requires too much horsepower, so it's going to have to be this. It's only 2 meters. But it should go behind our little tractor quite well. So let's buy that. Yes, okay. Which was kind of what we were expecting to do. And then we can grab this. So this basically will be what we do our fields with. And I think it'll do us quite well. Again, we're fairly small equipment at the moment. We've only got about 100 horsepower in this tractor. And in fact, you can see we're wheeling a bit now as well. So we can't really put any weights on the front of this, but we seem to be all right. We should get back to the farm, I think, without too much hassle. Cars are going past us, though. It is brightening up a bit. It's a very bright rain cloud that we have over us at the moment. Just look at this mist hanging around in the bottom of this basin. Wow. This map actually is pretty spectacular, how the weather works on it. I really quite like it from that point of view. It's quite a beautiful one, and as we're going through the fog and the mist, sort of disappearing into it is quite cool as well. This should sort us out, this piece of kit. Up and to that field there. So I'm of 2 minds about what to do with our fields. We need to put some animals in somewhere, I think. We need to put in another greenhouse somewhere. I need to maximize how much money we're making. Lots of people with good suggestions last time of where we can get water and how to do that. If I can get these fields flooded, I know that we can get water from these fields. So that would be good as well. Let's get onto the field. This does not look that small compared to this tractor, which is quite nice. Let's switch from the AI worker. We want to go to steering assist. Okay. Start off, and away we go. Yep, we'll get this done. Gonna work my way across, and probably shouldn't be starting on the headlands. So I might switch and work into the field. Let's bring this around here. But there's a very thin slither here of a line. So there's a fair amount of overlap there. I'll leave that, and we'll start off on this line here then. So line ourselves up, down we go, and away we go. This is doing a grand job. not taking me too long to get the main body of this field done. Actually been pretty good, pretty easy to get done. And in fact, I think I may have hit one of the headlands there. So we're gonna start working our way out now. And I'm gonna start myself down here because I want to be starting each row here, having done that first headland stretch there. That will also finish me in the bottom corner over there, which will be really good, and get me in the right place. Mess up. And yeah, as I feared, I have done one of the headland bits here. So we're just gonna drive down to the other end of the field and skip that one, like so, and then go and grab this headland here. Make sure we stay on track. And yeah, this is going well. It is pulling up a bit of stone. We have got some stones on the field, and we don't roll in the rice at all. So we're gonna have to, get this field rolled before we flood it to plant it, which is fine. We can do that over the winter. But of course, that does mean picking up a roller, which is a little bit annoying. And I'm not sure this is going to be our best piece of kit to use every year. That's the case. Because we don't really want to be dragging up more and more stones every year. On the last headland of the field here, we've got one more bit to do next to the pump. But that's gone quite smoothly considering we started at about 8:05 and it's 9:30. We've cleared through this first field. 2 more to do. We've got our first set of saplings out, which is brilliant. And I'm expecting today that we might have our first rice cakes out, which would be fantastic. We want those to start appearing as quickly as possible. So that we can make some money. We need to earn the money for those. We need to generate enough saplings from here before we need to plant. And we're going to need a lot of rice saplings from there. We need to start producing rice cakes from here, which is perfect. There's our first one of those. And down here somewhere, we should start producing mushrooms. I don't know. Mushrooms come out here. And this not on. No, we don't have our mushrooms on. We want to activate these now that we've got water in here. And start producing some mushrooms as well. There we go. Lots of mushrooms. I'm glad I came over here and checked on that. That would have been bad. We've pulled the water in there. We just need to make it pay. I'm really enjoying this little Izeki tractor. It's one that was available in FS22 and I never really used. And FS25 having an E-station based map and having this in there as really part of a theme this time has brought it in quite nicely. I'm really quite happy with this tractor. As I said, I think the next tractor I want to try and get up to is a Kubota on here. Very much keep that E-station theme going and keep those tractors coming in, and especially as we get onto bigger fields and stuff like that, I think we're going to want to. Interestingly, it's going to be quite a while, I think, for that. Whether we get onto that in this series or not, I don't know. I just really want to make the rice pay exist initially. We need to get up to that 500,000 is what we're trying to do this series. And we're not doing too bad. We're keeping our head above water at the moment. But we do need to keep that money rolling in. Very much this first year, I think, is going to be about getting ourselves to a point where we're able to start getting things paid off. And then if we can make 500,000 in the second year, that would be perfect. So it's going to be quite a fight, I think, to get there. But hopefully our remaining equipment costs should be quite low. So that's 2 fields down, just 1 left to go. Well, no, 2 left to go. We've still got the bottom half of 31 here to do. And we've got field 27 to do. I don't quite know what I'm going to do, though, for 27. We do need to kind of define it as a rice paddy. We don't have the money to do that at the moment. Maybe we'll have the money after we bought the rice harvester to do that. I don't have the money, though, to really do anything else for it. I'd love to do some peas. And I'm kind of wondering if there's a pea harvesting contract. There's a lot of harvesting contracts around at the moment. Lots of vegetable ones. There we go. That is that peas? No, that's green beans. Green beans we can do stuff with as well. In fact, most of these vegetable contracts we can do stuff with. But I'm not using that harvester. So any contract with that harvester I'm going to avoid like the plague, which actually at the moment is most contracts. That one would do it, but that's not very big at all. We need a little bit of surplus to do stuff with, though. But yeah, no peas at the moment. So I'm very much hoping that we might get a pea harvest in here at some point. Because canned peas are worth an absolute fortune. And if we can get just a little bit of surplus from one of the pea fields, that would be really good. I don't think we'd get enough peas off our own field, though, to cover the cost of the harvester, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd be all over that. I am wondering whether a better thing to do with 27 might be to put it towards some animals. Keep these 2 as our rice fields here. And maybe try and get some animals up and running. Not the worst idea. Had a lot worse ideas than that. Unfortunately, all of these plans I currently have for that other field all require us to go and spend money on it. And money at this stage, money at this point, that is something we really don't have. We've got 7,394 in the bank, and at the moment, that's all we've got. And I need to hold on to some of that to do things like keep our greenhouses going and bits like that. Although, I do wonder actually how much a farm kiosk is. I'd like to set up a farm kiosk so we can very quickly, very easily sell goods from our farm. Because it tends to be a pretty good sell point. And as a result, we then don't have to go very far to sell anything. And I don't have to keep going to the shop and altering the sides of my trailer as well. Final headland of our final rice patty, and so that will be all done. I have thought of one other crop we could put in 27 that we have a processing plant for and wouldn't cost us the earth to get set up. And it's a little bit crazy because we had a lot of fun with them previously, but we could do vegetables. We could do carrots or parsnips or red beets. And I'm actually very, very tempted to do red beets in that field for this year. And then we'll rotate through one field of vegetables every year. So let's just head back up to the farm, I think. But that is all done. Those 3 fields are all good. I wonder how bad the stone situation on them. Is it something I need to get a stone picker for? Or is it something that I need to just roll in? Either of those wouldn't be too bad. But let's get this back up here. I don't expect any more pallets of rice cakes to have appeared. And yeah, this is our field down here. It needs just as much work as our others. So how bad is the stone situation? Yeah, so you can see here we've now cleared these 3 fields. Stones wise, they need a stone picker. Wow, they are medium-sized stones, so we need to get a stone picker through that. We will probably need to get a stone picker through this field as well. Cost of a vegetable harvester. We went for a cheap level, so not going for that. Probably going for, well, I'm very much thinking if I just did the, if we got crates. We could move the crates easily. So that is the one that we'd then have to spend money on crates all the time. But if we then immediately went to drop the crate off, maybe we'd be doing okay. That to lease would cost me 2,000. Now to plant, those are fairly cheap. Yep. So we could go with the small vegetable planter. We'd need to ridge them as well to get the maximum amount. So yeah, it would be fairly cheap. And planting time for any of them is April. So as long as we're set up by April for all of that, we would be absolutely fine. That might be a way to go. Let me know what you think in the comments. We are about to sink into this field horribly. Because, yeah, this field is already ploughed, but needs ploughing again. And yeah, look at that. Our GPS is going to give us a slightly curved track around this field, which is pretty good. But look at the mud caking on those wheels on this tractor already. That is exceptional. I think if I want to do vegetables on this field and alternate, then it would probably be a single rice paddy on here. And then doing vegetables across all 3 of my other fields, because there's about the same amount of size between this single field and all 3 of my other ones. I'm trying to find the right gear here. Get my tractor in. I did have it running on in the medium gears, but that was proving too much. So maybe high gear, but a low one work better. Go, and away we go. Yeah, that seems to be holding pretty well. We were bouncing a bit when I was in 8th gear, and it wasn't good. So now I've switched down to 3rd, and that seems to be a lot better. Rain has finally stopped. We've got 6 rows left, all of them pretty short, and then we're on to the headlands. I've been thinking about what I was saying earlier about doing vegetables on here, and just come to the realization that it'll be more expensive to set up vegetables or set up anything else on this field than it will be to set up a rice patty on it. So we might as well set up the patty. We might as well get this field sorted for rice as well. Use all the equipment that we have and make money off it that way. So that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna keep this as a rice paddy. We will get it all sorted and done and dusted for that, and we'll just use all the equipment that we're accumulating, and that makes way more sense. And then after the 2nd year, after we've done that 2nd harvest, if there's something more profitable that we can put in here, then we can put it in, and we'll have everything set up. Otherwise, we can just keep going as we are and making the money off the stuff that we're making money off, and that should be all good. The edge of this field is very awkward. It's lots of short turns and strange angles. It's not too bad to follow, but you get to the end of a course like this, you switch, and it wants to turn rather sharply, which would be fine if it was just a corner, but you can see it's just this short section here. So it gets very fiddly in the corners on this field. Otherwise, not too bad. We're managing to make it through it. We've only got 2 headlands really to go, and then this field is done. And the rain has stopped as well, which is very, very helpful. It means we're not sinking as much as we were. But yeah, this is an interesting field for us, and I think it'll make a good rice patty. So we'll get it set up. We'll get some money in. It's going to cost us something to actually do it, but I think it's going to be worth it. I think this will make us a decent amount of cash. Last bit of headland, and then this is all done. And that actually means our fields are all prepped. Now, down here, just quickly, we have those actually they are functional beehives. So my question then now is, where is the honey coming out? Do I need to actually place a honey spawn point? Because that would be a good income for us as well. I really do think a good little farm shop just down there would be very, very useful. Right, let's go park this over here. This will go under the trees quite nicely, I think, this piece of kit. Yeah, just over here. Whoa, whoa. Over here. Right, wool. Put that off. There we go. Right. And that is that job done. Hopefully, we'll be pretty good now until the new year. And I might need to sell some stuff off before then. We're going to have to keep an eye on the prices. But things are looking pretty good. I'm happy with that. We want to get a few more pallets of rice cakes through here. How much is a sell point? So our own little small farmer's kiosk, that we could put out here somewhere. Yeah, we could put like down here or over here somewhere. That's restricted. Yeah. So yeah, we could put it here very easily at the edge, at the side of our farm, just to very quickly and very easily sell stuff. But we only have 7,372 in the bank at the moment, so we'll need to deal with that. We might look at a contract again next time then, alternating between the contracts and the work on the farm. And there are a few contracts that are worth a decent amount of money. There's some spraying contracts and stone picking contracts as well that might be quite good. And a wood transport. So we might go transport some wood and do that next time. Our farm is just about ready for planting next year's rice. We do need to put the last rice paddy in. We're a little short of cash though, and before I forward through to the spring, I need to put stuff in place so that our loan is paid and we are able to continue on. So in order to do that, we're going to have to take a contract, we're going to have to set some selling up, and we're going to have to put in some placeables that will generate income for us over the winter. So what I'm going to do today is we're going to take a wood transport contract. It's not too expensive to hire the equipment, and we should get about 4,500 off it, which is great. So let's borrow the items for this contract. And that then brings them up here. We've got an interesting little tractor and trailer. This should be a really good setup for us. Start up this. And I don't think I've ever used this tractor. I've used a trailer like this before, but yeah, I've never used one of these tractors. Really great little tractor. I think they're based on a Fendt, if looking at that bonnet, or maybe a Vultra. I'm not sure with the front of that. But we need to head up to the logging right at the top, up by 67 and 68. Yeah, right up here. There's actually a really good logging area, a really good forestry area on this map. And you can see there's several areas of forest you can buy. So if you're actually after doing some forestry on this map, this is a great map, or forestry in FS25. This is actually a great map to go and do it on. So let's head up there. Let's go pick up this wood and get it transported and get the 4.5 grand in that we need. I'm hoping that's going to be enough. But if not, then we'll have to take something else on just to top up the money a little bit more. The mist through this valley in this woodland is pretty spectacular. I'm amazed by this. We're taking out the road signs as we head up the track. This should lead us up to the top, I think. This is quite a trek up here. I do love the detail on this map. We've spoken about this before. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous with the sunlight through there. I'm really blown away by that. That is absolutely amazing. Might see if we can have that for the thumbnail, because it's just absolutely incredible. Yeah. This is quite spectacular, FS25. And I can't get over the sort of the dawn and the dusk are pretty incredible, wonderful times. And then you just drive through all of these now highly detailed trees and they just look amazing. It is so immersive and so interesting. And wow, this is a camera angle, because this is on the loader. That's a little bit of a scary camera angle, I think. But yeah, this is looking amazing. Something that does strike me as I'm driving up here is that with the new log contracts, with the deadwood contracts and the logging contracts and things like that, you could very much do a survival setup with logging now. And I really, that would really excite me a bit. I'm hoping that we're going to see the appearance of Silver Run Forest in Farming Simulator 25, and if we did, I would be very tempted to do a survival logging series, starting with absolutely nothing, starting with some logging contracts, getting ourselves built up a bit, getting our first chainsaw, getting ourselves a little bit of equipment to move about, be able to do the contracts ourselves. All of that kind of thing would be amazing. Right, let's unfold our bit of kit. We'll switch over to that. And we get, yeah, there we are. Get those down. Get the whole thing shifted over a little bit. Switch over to the second set of stuff. Lift that out. Not many logs to fit on here. So, hoping that we won't have too much hassle. So, move our camera around a little bit. I do like the new logging setup in FS25. There is a lot more weight to in fact, there's a lot more weight to everything that you pick up. So, a lot more weight to the bales, a lot more weight to the logs. Basically everything has that little bit more weight to it. Now, in depth perception, still not a great thing in farm sim, but I think I've got myself around these first two logs. Get that further down, slot that in there. There we go, that'll do it. Grab those, lift them up. Oh, not as tight as I would have liked. As long as that log holds, I'll be happy. It around slightly. Pull in. Drop down. Oh, we are between the trailer. Look at that. Pull it in. Ah, up, up, up. To get that a little bit further round. Yeah, you can see there. We're not quite straight on the trailer. So pull that down and in and up a little bit, back a little bit. Bring them, if we can, I want them right up against the end section. Up, forward, right, and then down there. That should do the trick. This is a lot of logs to fit on this one trailer. Right, I'm just going to pull that in and try and push these down. So if we don't push these down, we're going to have a problem later on. There we go. And you know what? I'm pretty happy with that. This is going to be fun trying to fit all of these logs on this, though. I'm not 100% sure how doable this is. Either way I look at it, though, it should be quite interesting. Let's start and then cross slightly and down. See if this will grab this again. Yep, that's the second one. Although, again, that is not as secure as I really would like it. It is there. It is on there. Just about. Turn it. Oh. In. Take it down. And the trick with this quite often actually is getting the swing right. Get the swing right on these, then you avoid bits like that. Still, we'll just reposition these and get them back on. So I'm trying something I haven't done that much, and that is first person logging. This is quite the task, quite the interesting little way to do things. Because you do get a nice feeling for things. Let's see where... I can't move my mouse. I can't move my viewer about at all. So I can't see the bottom of that log, and hence problems like that. Yeah, it's okay, except that you're kind of tied to looking at the actual grab. And that makes it a bit harder to see exactly where your wood has reached into the trailer. Bring that in. Yeah, and then that causes a problem here. Because now I really want to lift that up and I can't. Bring that in like that. Will that slot? Oh, yes. I am very pleased with that. That worked absolutely perfectly. This is probably the two logs that I've grabbed the best in this whole process. I'm quite pleased with that. That is going to be one of the easiest drops onto this trailer that I should have during this whole job. Yeah, look at that. Straight in and straight on. And we've got 3 logs to go. And we've got to fit them on the top. That is going to be a task, but it should be doable. I mean, it absolutely should be doable. Just got to get these first 2 on here securely. So let's see if we've had a good pickup with those. Not quite such a good pickup. A little bit too far along. So I'm going to try and reposition things. Now that is not great. Let's drop it off. Go further along them. Try and pick them up. If I can pick them up in the middle, then that will work a lot better. Right. Grab those there. Pick them up. Yeah, there we go. Much more stable, much more secure, and much more likely to go onto our trailer without too much hassle. Turn them around so they don't hit the logs, and then yeah, definitely not as stable as the last 2, but still going in here without too much hassle. And then we just got to put that last log on the top if we can to get all of this transported in one go. That would be absolutely brilliant. Right, down we go. Grab that log. Like that. Up. No, not like that. Drop it. We want to try. It makes life so much easier if we grab it more towards the center. We end up with a much easier piece of wood to work with, like that. And when we're carefully placing something on the top, like we are with this, we really, really want to have as much control as we can. And that. Bring it towards us. Bring it down. Check where we're lined up. In. Right. And then, if that sits in the top of this, that is going to be perfect. So, I want to very delicately place this in the top. Go forwards and drop it. Right, and then up. Okay. Lock them on. Close that up. Pull that in. Yeah, I don't think there's any way that I can position this. Whoa. Further out. Okay, I think that's going to be the best position. If I try and maneuver it much more, it's going to get stuck. So we will leave that there. Right, let's switch over. No, let's do this. That in. If we can fold it up. Yeah, there we go. Everything is locked down. Right. So our delivery point is right down here at the bottom. So if we take this road that we're facing down, then we'll have to go all the way around that. If we took this road, though, if we manage to turn around and take this down here, that gets us most of the way and takes us on probably a much more scenic route, I think. So, yeah, I'm going to take this way and we'll maybe see if we can have a view over the actual valley. Kind of see between the trees a little bit at the moment, but plenty of opportunity, I think, for sightseeing if we go this route to drop this off. I'm beginning to get little glimpses actually down the valley. You can see through there. Wow. Can we get a glimpse down through the valley? Not through the trees here. We can sort of, there's little glimpses through the trees there. I'm waiting for an opening to come out. And everything just suddenly looks spectacular to me. These really steep roads are quite scary. I'm having to negotiate down them quite carefully, and we're not quite as high as we once were, but that is still a pretty spectacular view across the roadway and out across the plain, and we can see the city from there. Get ourselves down there, I think. We're coming out down the bottom here. Still a lot of mist clinging to the edges around here. I'm gonna head into town to drop this off down at the marine. Not exactly sure where we're dropping this off, but as I said, it should give us 4.5 grand. I think there's one other contract that's a little bit more unusual that we can have a go at today. It's going to take us a little while to get there, but it's not a field contract, and I think that is definitely a good way for us to go. Do we want to turn left here, or do we want to continue on? We want to continue on and, yeah, go straight through on the next one. That will make things easier, although we may end up going the wrong way on the one-way system. The one-way system around here is a little bit odd. Yep. So we do have to go around here. Yeah, it's all the way around. I don't think there's anywhere for us to be able to cut through. Finally worked my way around the town. I've got to be careful because my arm on my crane is just high enough to catch all of the traffic lights. Here it goes. Jay's woodwork. Pull this into here. And grab ourselves a nice little income. Oh, I need to turn the lights off. There we go. And if we click this over here, or we go to here, there we are, all done. And yeah, we made an extra £12 in sold wood. So let's collect on this, and we will head up to the shop and pick something else up. Yeah, £4,430. Perfect. So as I said, I think there's another non-field contract. We've got a stone picking contract. Yeah, rock removal. Here we go. Not a huge amount of money. Field 29. Not too far from where we are, but we'll get this. And yeah, that'll be rock removal and logging, I think is great. So we'll get just over or just under 2 grand for this. We are up at 2,248. But if we're going to be sort of picking things up in springtime, I think it's going to be quite important to sell off produce we have at the moment and have a way of doing that. and then to set something up that will generate money for us over the winter, to offset the fact that over the winter we won't be earning anything to pay our cost of our loan. So yeah, needs to mitigate that. Out on the coastal road, and that's quite pretty out there. That really is. Really lovely setting. But this is what we've got to deal with. We have a load of rocks. So everything with a red flag must go. I'm actually slightly surprised that there's one here without a red flag. Turn it on. Right. And we just break these down. Whoa. Got pushed off that. Didn't take too long. Cracks start appearing, and come on, get in there and break this rock. There we are, first one. So yeah, there are only 4 of them to get rid of. I do love that these more unconventional contracts are part of the game now. Really, really good. Something a little bit different, something that you can go in there and do when you're not really after doing a load of farming necessarily. And as I said, if you're looking to do a pure forestry playthrough, it looks like Hutan Pantai is a great map for it. Plenty of forestry in it, plenty for you to have a go at, and plenty of contracts that would work in that way. So I'm liking this a lot at the moment. All right, and last one. So this should complete the contract. Fairly quick, fairly easy to earn contracts, these ones. And once it's all cracked and broken through, there you go. That is the contract finished. So we'll fold that up. We'll turn it off. And we can jump out and complete the contract. Very happy with that. So that will be 1,680. We'll collect that. Yes. And now I want to head back to the farm because we should have enough money with 12,441 to start sorting ourselves out. So there was a suggestion in my comments that we get rid of this building here. It serves no purpose, and you know what? I kind of agree. We could do with the money, and we could do with the space. And I do know that there's a bug where I don't think I can place stuff where this is. I think it gets reserved space or something like that. So we'll give it a try. So let's select this. We get nearly 4 grand for it actually. So yeah, we'll sell that. Yeah, I think we can use that space much more effectively. No, we can place stuff there. That's really useful, actually. Has that removed? That's removed a load of power lines as well. Oh, that really actually helps us with some stuff. I should say I have also replaced this water tower with a version that gives free water now. Because quite frankly, if you've got a water pump on your farm, pumping water up from the ground and going into a tank, that should be free, because that's your water pump. So yeah, we've now got a free source of water, although of course we have got a free source with our rice paddies as well. We've got a decent amount of those out now. So what I'd like to do is see if we can build a farm shop. We want sell points, and yeah, 10,000, perfect. So I want to put this around about here at the edge of our farm. Just an area where stuff would get sold. This tends to give us a really good amount of money. So like that there. So nice little sell point. We're going to have to smooth out that ground with how that's done that. That's the first placeable I've placed on an area that isn't perfectly flat. So yeah, let's get in here and just see if we can level that out a bit. So increase the size, soften that out a bit. Hopefully not going to cost us too much money. That's better. Just doesn't look like there's such a large drop there now. Now we can go and get these two and sell them and see how much we have. The fact that we're left with 6,000 is great. That's why we sold that building. Having that building sold is going to really help us. And I think that is probably going to be a pretty good sell point for all of our stuff. So we have rice rolls. Rice rolls at our small farmers kiosk, 2,889 is only marginally lower than the farmers market. That is perfect. So we'll go and sell the ones we've got then, and make some cash off that. I would also like to get, as I said, some wind generators in. We need to get back up to about 10,000 in order to place one of those. And that should then offset our cost going into the new year. Okay, this is why we have this little bit of kit, because we have no means of putting a set of these onto our tractor. Lower it. Yeah, look at that. Straight in, lift them up. It works an absolute treat. Perfect. And that then mitigates having this tractor, because this tractor is not quite as versatile as some other ones, but this works. And we'll sell that. We make 3,467. That's really good. I'm pretty sure we get extra money for selling at our farmer's kiosk, because as you saw there, that is not the price listed in here. That is 2,889. So for some reason we are getting extra money from our farmer's kiosk. I have no issue with that. I wonder if there's a bonus for selling at your own sell point. That would make sense to me, because you have to pay to get sell points. So to get extra money for selling at your own sell points because you make more profit would make a lot of sense. And there we are, 3,269. And that means we should be able to now put in a generator. We've got 11,000 for this one. Yeah. And this will give us between 0 and 987 a month. I think placing this just here is going to be a perfect spot. We can put a couple of these here eventually, like that. And that then hopefully over the winter will generate us some extra income, which will be perfect. I'm very happy with that. That has paid off in droves doing those contracts today. And means we've got our farm kiosk set up. We've got everything else sorted. And going into the winter, we should be good. We will keep an eye on the sales over winter. And we will keep an eye on everything else. We do have one other job to do. We do need to get our rice paddy placed. And it should cost $1.5 grand to turn that field into a rice paddy. So let's turn this off. And we're going to pop out over here and get this turned into a paddy. We don't have... So we've got bees down here. We don't have a bee spawn point as well. How much is one of those to see if we can get some honey from our bees? So a spawn point is only 200. Oh, we might be able to get both of these. That would be great. Area is restricted. Lots of restricted area. Yeah, we could put it down here. Just around about here-ish. And see if we actually get any honey spawning from the bees that we have over here. I think these are ours. Yeah. That is our hive, so hopefully now that should produce a little bit of honey for us. And then finally we need to get this field sorted. So I've been told that the edge that you put in first is the edge that gives you the water funnel, the pump. So if we put that edge in there first and see if that's where it eventually appears, that would be good. Certainly, when I come to do my guide to rice video and creating a rice paddy, then that is what I'll say if this works. Because that would be great. Be able to pick exactly where pump appears. Make there we go. Right, let's finish that. And yeah, look, there it is on that first row. And that has cost us, oh, that has sent us into the black, or into the red. But that's fine. We're all set up for winter now, and hopefully we might be able to sell some stuff off. I think we should get some good prices. We're going to have mushrooms as well. We've got plenty of water in there. We've got plenty of water in over here. And yeah, that is going to do us very nicely. I'm pleased. We're set up. We're ready to go. And I think unless something drastic happens, we're going to pick up in around March time, which should be when we can start planting the rice. Yep. We will pick up in April, actually, when we can start planting the rice. And hopefully we should have a pretty good farm. If there's anything to update you on, I will update you on it then. It is November. We have not jumped forward to spring as I'd originally planned. Instead, we're finding ourselves £2,000 in the hole and in desperate need of getting some more money in. So we're going to sell off some more of the rice crackers. And then we're going to go and try and take a contract on, I think. It is not great to be 1 month further along and to have a problem when we've got to get all the way to April. So let's start this up and head out. We'll get our pallet forks on the back. We should have enough of the saplings, I think, by the time we're going to need them. But if we're looking to have 25,000 in the bank to buy a cedar come the spring, we are not going the right way about it at the moment at all. We are in serious need of a big cash injection, and I was kind of hoping my windmill was gonna do that, but it does not seem to make us that much money. And to be this far down already, that is incredibly worrying. Incredibly worrying. So let's get these sold. Let's get a little bit of money in, and we'll go from there. And you guys might notice as well that my voice is a little bit weird. Yes, I have lost my voice, and so trying to not do too much with it, but obviously we're doing this. So yeah. Bear with me, I will sound a little bit croaky throughout this video, but rest assured we're all good. Right, let's drop this off, and then we'll go park this tractor up, and we'll head down to the shop and see what's on offer for a contract. So down at the shop, let's see what's on offer then. And it looks like we've got, well, do you know what? At the top here, we have an £18,000 cultivating contract right across from the shop with a huge piece of equipment and only 779 to lease the stuff to do it. That is probably our best bet. Our next biggest is a large cotton contract, which might be a really good one to do if we have enough time. And we've got a 19,000 cotton oh wow, we've got 2 really big cotton contracts as well that would pay brilliantly well. So we've got 10,090. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to take both of these. We're going to grab this with the items. Definitely, I think that's a really good start. And then I don't think it matters which cotton contract we grab. Although I think I would like to use, or do I go with the square bales or the round? And you know what? I've not really used this, and it's no difference in the cost
of hiring the equipment for these. So I've never really used a John Deere cotton harvester. So we are going to borrow the items for that. And we are going to accept that. And we're not going to pick up any cotton bales now until we actually have cotton bale, until we've done all the harvesting. So 37 is probably the better cotton harvest to start with. So we'll head up there. We'll get this started with a hired worker first, I think. Hired worker will find it fairly difficult to mess up on this, I hope. And that will bring us in quite a bit of money on these three. That actually, these three should set us up to make it all the way to the spring. And in fact, we might be able to buy the the planter as well with all of these contracts. So these contracts could make our farm now. Absolutely could make our farm. So let's hook this up here. And yeah, we'll subcontract this out straight across the road. Let's double check what our hired worker is going to do. So yeah, going to do 2 headlands. That is all looking pretty good. Okay, so we will unfold this massive bit of kit on the back. And then we'll send it off doing it. And that will be the easiest money we'll ever make on here, I think. Really will. And then we could just go and play around with the cotton harvester, which would be brilliant. So away that goes. That seems to have no issues with doing that field. In the meantime, we can start this up. Yeah. And I'm going to leave the tractor and the trailer here. We've no need for them yet. We are heading, though, out here, up this road, to the end field up here to get a whole load of cotton baled up. I don't think I've done cotton on here since... Well, I don't think I've done cotton in Farm Sim since we were on Spruce Mountain, which was an awesome series in FS22. Had so much fun doing my cotton and corn farm. We might have to do that again when we hit a big American map at some point in FS25. Okay, line that up. And I want to get my steering assist set up. That's all good. Yep, happy with that. We are harvesting, I think. Are we harvesting? Yeah, we should be harvesting. So onto the GPS and away we go. And that should mean that we get all of this cotton. And yeah, we wanna get all of this cotton because I've got the partial bale unloader as well. So we should be able to get every piece of cotton off both these fields and make the maximum profit from these contracts. I think this is going to be a huge payday for us. We're coming up to a full pre-chamber. In fact, it's now gone into the main chamber, and that's 25% full. Perfect. So that is what, 2/3 of the way around the field. So looking like we're going to get a few bales off here, maybe 2 or 3. That's not a bad amount. We should get a decent amount off this field and the next one. I am thinking that we might unload everything from this field on this field and then do the same thing on the second field. That way we'll potentially avoid any issues that we might have. Well, I don't know. I think delivering cotton is delivering cotton, so I think we should be all right. It will be an interesting test to do, I think. Second headland, and we're only 5% behind the cultivating contract, which is pretty amazing. That I would expect it to move a little bit faster than it is. But no, we're keeping pace fairly well. It is pulling out a little bit, and I think what I'll probably look to do is set another contract going with a hired worker while we're continuing on with this. If we can spend the day doing cotton here and having hired workers do other stuff, that would be great. It all kind of depends though on exactly what we have. And in fact, originally my plan hadn't been to do anything with hired workers here because I didn't think I was going to have the money. But the fact that the rice cakes have sold and have given us a little bit of breathing space, that actually is pretty amazing. It really means that we can make a killing today by just doing multiple things at once, which is huge. I mean, that is absolutely massive, and is going to make a big difference to us getting through to the springtime. We should make enough money today, as I said earlier, to not only buy the cedar, but also to get to spring and be able to start planting some rice. 2 headlands done, and the harvester is 50% full. I'm going to start cutting in, and I think I'm going to do 6 row cut-ins. Not that we particularly need to keep a side open for the harvester, or for the harvester to unload, because the harvester obviously will unload behind it. But I just want to really reduce the amount of travel that I have to do at each end, and doing this way would really, really help that. First bale has been unloaded. I'm gonna unload that there. Unload baler is 28. Yeah. Nope. How do I drop that off the back? Not 100% sure. But yeah, I want to drop that off the back. Unload baler, why? Nope. Right, we'll turn on the automatic drop and then turn it off. That seems to work a bit better, but we'll come and pick these bales up, I think. Once we finish this field, we will go and drop this harvester off at the next field, get this started on the next field with a hired worker, and then, or if we have the money, and then we can head off and get go and get the tractor and trailer and get this stuff picked up. In fact, I'm hoping the cultivator is going to be finished by then, and if that's the case, what we should be able to do is get the money in for that and use that to run the hired workers. So that actually should work out pretty well for us, so long as that cultivator can get to the end of the field before we run out of money. So with the middle of the field opened up now, I think what I'm going to do is work on this sort of slightly pointy area to the side here. We'll go up and down and sort of slowly work that into being fully harvested. We are nearly up to a new pre-chamber, so that's another quarter of a bale, and we've already got 7% in the main chamber, so that's really good. I do think it's going to sort of be somewhere between 2 and 3 bales off here, which will be a very, very strong amount for this contract. I think that my cultivator is on what appears to be the headlands, but amazingly it's only 63% of the way through the contract. So I'm just gonna bring us to a halt at the end of this row and see if we can find out what's going on with our cultivator, because it definitely feels like it should be further through the field if it was doing that. So let's lift that up, bring this round. I'm just gonna bring this up to here and bring it to a halt at the beginning of the next row. As soon as we pick up the right length, there we go. Right, we'll stop there. And yeah, this is on the headlands. It is working through the headlands. I'm guessing the big headland, the full headland, is going to be worth a lot more, because wow, that is surprising that that's only 68% of the way through. Contract on field 2 is now 83%, but he is on the headlands, on the last headland, and it does feel very much like there's not enough field left to complete that contract. We're not going to get a second bale off this section of the field, unfortunately, with this either. That is, yeah, very much nowhere near. We're not going to be far off with the second bale, but it is very much not that section of the field. We have had, though, well over a full part of, well, we've had a couple of full chambers. We're up to 58%, so that's a couple of full chambers off there. Right, let's line ourselves up, though, to continue on this field, and then we're going to see where that is with 92%. And it's coming up to second to last headland by the looks of things. It might be a headland on the far side, but yeah, this is actually the headlands again are making are just pushing a big part of the contract. That's really interesting. Headlands just make up so much of a contract, it's ridiculous. And the contract on field 20, I can't even remember that. Field 2, sorry, is complete. So we'll go deal with that. Let's just again line this up here. And yeah, that is still trying to work this field. So let's stop the hired worker, fold this up, and we'll take this back to the shop because this job is all done. Fantastic work with £496 left in the bank. That leaves us with a really nice profit on here. We should make about just over 17,000, or actually nearly 18,000 we're expecting off here. So let's complete this contract. 17,779. That on its own today would have been perfect, but we'll complete that contract and then we'll go and have a look at what else is available. Deadwood cultivating, another cultivating contract right over by our farm. But that is only 3,000. Anything that would be a harvesting contract we could let stuff go with. Not really. Most of it's vegetable contracts at this point, which aren't great. There is one. Yeah, I think we're probably going to leave the rest of these contracts and just continue on with what we've got. We're 18,276 in the bank, and the sun is shining. It is all good. I think we can just finish off these cotton contracts and bring the money in for that. That is going to put us in a very good place. 2 bales out so far and about a third of the way on to the next one. Very pleased with this. This is going to be great. I think what we're going to have to do though is probably split things up, and I think we'll get this field done this time and we'll move on to the second field next time. We'll continue on, but we've got some opportunities there, I think, to get a hired worker working with this and getting that second field knocked out, and then we can go and do a couple other contracts and things that will pay pretty well. We do know that we have a wood transport contract, so that is actually really near to our farm. So I think we might try and take that on next time and just deliver that. Yeah, that needs to deliver into town, so that would be a good contract to bump things up a little bit more. Another 7,000 on top. I also want to do some setup for get some greenhouses going and do some of that, and if we can do that, that should then help us be all set up and very well funded over the winter. So yeah, this one, we'll get this polished off today. We'll see how we get and where we get to. This contract won't be finished from this, and then next time we can properly get ourselves finished off, ready for winter and ready to brave the next couple of months up till the springtime, when we want to start planting some more rice on our farm and get all of those rice paddies done so that we can get bringing in money from that. I think we need to make our farm pay a bit better, and so that is definitely what we're going to be looking to do going forwards. This is our final row, and we are 45% full in this chamber already. It's very possible that we might actually get a third full bale off this field. That would be pretty amazing. I would be very, very happy with that. And not a massive amount of field to go. This is going to be very, very close. This is the thing, we need less than 2,250 and we're already up to 1,700 litres. So yeah, and I think this is very, very possible in this last little stretch. I honestly can't believe that this field might have 3 bales on it. I thought that it was going to be closer to sort of 2.5, but we are well over 2.5. And in fact, we are about to break 2,000 litres. This isn't quite going to be enough for 3 bales on this field, though. There we are. That is it. 2,054. Let's move that from the main chamber to the pre-chamber to the main chamber. 98%. I actually think with that, it's probably worth unloading this bale. Unloading the unfinished bale, I think would be wise. It is only it's less than 200 litres shy of being a full bale. So let's unload the unfinished bale, and then next time we can pick all of these up and get them loaded onto the trailer. I think that will be a very good use of our time. Let's unload that. And then I can fold up my harvester like so, and it'll be easier to get it down the road to the next field. But I think that is going to be a good place for us to pick up next time. Hopefully my voice will be a little bit better, and we'll be able to be a little bit less croaky. But we still have a 19,000 pound cotton harvest to do on here. We have more opportunities to hire to get more contracts done as well, so we will crack on with those. I decided to start off today by picking up the 3 bales that we have from the cotton contract we did last time, and what I'm gonna do is just see how many of these fit on here. I think we can take 5 bales on this trailer. Should be fine. Our actual cotton harvester has started on the next field. We've got a hired worker doing that. And my thought today was that we'd leave the cotton harvester going, as we concentrated on that a lot last time, and that we would go and see if we can do another contract, get a little bit more money in. There's a wood transporting contract we can do, and once we've got all of that done and got all of this collected, what we'll be able to do is then properly get the farm set up for the winter, make sure that we've got everything done, and we're exactly where we need to be. This is full, this trailer, so I think we're gonna have to go and just sort of park these up. I don't want to deliver these yet, not until the second cotton field is done, but we are at least clear of this field now. So yeah, we'll go and park this with the cotton harvester. We'll leave this over that way. All of this is going to the same place, and then later what we can do is just unload all this, go back to the cotton field, get the other bales that are on there, and go and complete all of these contracts, and get in a huge amount. In fact, it should be more than enough to get us going over the winter. And on top of that, maybe even let us get the planter we want purchased. Now, where is my field? I think I want to go this way. Yeah. In fact, we're going to go and take this to the sell point. Because if we take this to the sell point, we'll then be able to drop these off as soon as the contract completes, and then go straight back to the field and get the bales off the contract field. So the drop-off point for these bales is just over here on the right. Should be able to turn off here. Yep. And we will be... Okay, which will we be dropping these off for? That building or this building? There's definitely two places here. Nearly got myself run over there. That is Port Textile Company, which could very much make it there. In fact, what does the contract say? Both say spinnery. So is this the spinnery here? That's the spinnery. Okay, so I'm guessing this is the drop-off point for the spinnery here. And then the textile company is the one next door. So, yeah, we want to leave this here. We want to drop these off in this point. And so we'll park this here. We'll turn it off for now. And we're going to head back up to the shop and see if we can get another contract. So up here at the shop and looking at the contracts, I think the best one for us is going to be this wood transport. It's very near home. It's very near where we are now. And I think I spoke about this one last time as one that I thought would be good to take. So we will borrow the items for this. And those should be sitting there now. We do have this set up again. I'm not a huge fan of the crane on the tractor. I much prefer it on the actual trailer. But we should be all right. We can get this done. We can get this all loaded up and delivered before our cotton harvester finishes, I think. And it'll just get us a little bit extra money in as well. So it should be a decent contract for us to do. What's the quickest way out there? I think taking this road here and following the coast is going to be the best way to go. So our wood pile is somewhere up here to the left. Oh, well, it is on a flat bit, which is good. I was slightly worried that wasn't going to be what we had here. So let's come out. We'll turn off the beacons. We'll get the trailer fairly well lined up and we'll get it unfolded. Now I should be able to extend back of this trailer out. There we go. So extend the back of that out. Get it to its full length. More easily handle these. Flip over to our tractor. Unfold everything. And now we should be able to get all of these loaded in, hopefully without too much hassle. As I said, I much prefer the other arm. I find it much more stable when I have the legs on the trailer, and that allows me to get things sorted a little better. Bring that in a bit, over a bit, and then down. Go out slightly, down, and grab. Nope, a little bit further. And grab that, lift it up. Oh, like playing with one of those arcade toys. Never quite sure if you've got a good enough grab on it. Right. Out, cross, in, down. Yeah, I might need to move myself a bit because I think we're going to end up with a bit of a tip over with this. We're not doing too bad. Bring it in so that we're nice and high. Round. Bring that round. Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm quite happy with that, but quite a few of these to go now. As long as we get this one though in the trailer quite well. We'll kind of want one of these in the middle and the other off to the side. So gonna try the one that's a little bit further down. Yeah, and then let go. That slots in quite nicely. I'm happy with that. That is a good start. Now, one of the nice things about this is having got my second load on, I can actually back the tractor up and then just grab that. Now, if I wanted to stabilize this a bit more, I could put the shield down on the front. I've only really found the need to do that on the when I'm having to pick up on very sandy terrain. Right, and lay that down. Hopefully well. And yeah, I don't think we're going to fit all of these in one trailer. I think we can probably take one more, and then we're going to need to transport these. Not the end of the world, that. I'd rather do two stable transports than one where I'm horribly overloaded. And I know if I try and do that any further, I am going to be horribly overloaded. The idea of getting, how many more have we got on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more logs on top of this one. I don't think that's going to work with this. So let's load this one up and down. Yes, there we go. Lock it in. Let's fold that arm in. I think it'll be fine because it clips across the front of the tractor. Yeah, that would have been stupid to leave that out the back. That would have been better if the trailer had been the item that we were that we had the grab on. But as it was the tractor, that was wholly unneeded. Our delivery point for these logs is just the other side of the same building we were at a moment ago. So we'll bring this in here. And then we will go and do that. There we are. And we're all good. Back up to the log pile and we will unfold tractor. Yeah, and this is possibly, well, no, I suppose this is where you do it from in real life. So, yeah, you would see. That is interesting. That is not a huge amount of visibility. It's not too bad. I thought this might be worse doing it from in-cab, but I'm actually finding it not that bad. Yeah, in fact, I'm finding it a little bit easier for some of this. Oh, we are definitely on a slope here. This is something that is causing us an issue. That explains a lot. It's having trouble getting into pile of logs, and as we get closer to us it makes it easier, but of course it also has that effect with the logs, which then causes this to all go up, and you can't see out straight along that line. You cannot see out just enough for us to get this to work. Yeah, look at, oh no, it's still. That works, and then pull it in. There we go. I knew I'd get there eventually. Right, let's just get the last 6, or the last 4 actually. Yeah, this is the last 6 that we need to get in total, but these last 4 are all we need to load up. Actually finding this angle not too bad. Managed to get the last 2 on without too much hassle. See if the same is true for the last 2. Let's bring that in and stop the whole thing rearing up. Let's send that down. We'll go across a bit, send it down. Is that in? I think that might be in enough. Oh, that's got it. And then if we shift this one across, it'll be just a little bit more stable. Yeah, let go of it. About there. Up. Fold that in. Lock the trailer. Perfect. Oh, and did that lift the front up? It did. Absolutely perfect. Right, let's get this down to the sell point. So while that's finishing off, we can go and drop this wood off. We'll get this contract completed. And then I want to go up to the farm. I think we might have some more pallets to sell off. I also want to spend some of the money that we've got together. And with that done, what we can do now is complete this contract. And we'll get 6,630 in for that. That's really good. So very happy with that. Yeah, we're going to get 29,000 off these. Which is actually, I'm very excited about that. That's great. So now we've got a little bit of money in the bank. We can probably put something down around here to get that going. We've got several rice pallets now. I'd like to get this. This needs to be filled. We've got plenty of water in here, so we're just continually making rice pallets. Have we got anything out from here? No, so we've got nothing more to do here, which isn't a massive surprise because we haven't really moved on from last time. However, in here, we've got some oyster mushrooms and a couple of packs of enoki. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. So I think those will sell here. Those should sell at the small farmer's kiosk. So and they sell quite well there. Their high price is $8.55. I think we'll get that easily at the farmer's kiosk with the bonus that seems to give us. And then the oyster mushrooms, they sell for 1,758. And our small farmer's kiosk is a couple of hundred below that. So I think we're gonna get best price at the small farmer's kiosk for all of those. We will see if we can stack these. I'd like to get all of these on at once. I want to also see if we've got any honey starting to produce. Last time we went to put a pallet spawner down for the honey because we've got some hives here. Whether we actually get any honey off those hives was something I wanted to test. So now we should be able to do that. Right. Then down. Right. And very carefully out. There we go. And then we're down again. Yeah, as I said, I fully expected to stop traffic here. But that should be the right amount. Can we tilt this backwards or forwards? No. Right, let's see if this stack, this slightly unwieldy stack we've got here, will actually sell. Yeah, there we go. 1,800 for the oysters. And 18... Wow, we didn't make as much of the oysters as I expected. Unless that was 1,800 each from the oysters. That's possible. Or unless that was 500 each in the oysters as well. I'm not sure. Kind of wish I'd paid closer attention to them there. The oyster mushrooms are worth a huge amount of money. So I think we want to, yeah, I need to pay close attention next time we sell those. I might have to go back and have a look. Let's go park this back up, then we can start having a look at this yard. I'm very much wanting to get some stuff added to bring in even more money in the limited space we have. And yes, look. Yeah, so if you're on here, these beehives, stick down a pallet spawner. You'll spawn some honey. That's fantastic. We might have to add to those beehives, I think. What I'd really like to add, and what I think we got the space to add around here, would be some goats. So let's have a look and see if we've got, yeah, 14,000 for a sheep area. Oh, wow. I can't go any further forward than that. Yes, I want to customize the sheep pasture. How do I close this fence up? Which is a good question. There we go. That would complete it. Yes, there we are. So that is our goat enclosure all created. Not got any meadow in there. Why have I not got any meadow? Let's see if we can put any in meadow. Okay, let's go large. And there we are. We got some scrubby meadow grass in. Looking pretty good. Hopefully they will eat that. Yeah, 641 liters of meadow. So I want to get some goats. And if we get them at 16 months, so gestation period, puberty is 16 months. Okay, so we will start with 5 goats, which is too much money. So I am going to start with 4 goats. Buy those. Buy. Okay. Right. So we should get some goat's milk out of these. We've got no way of processing it, so we'll sell it straight. But certainly that gets us started with those. Meanwhile, our harvester here is still going. So I'm going to turn off the hired worker. We will pick this up with the steering assist. Okay. On, and away we go. Yep. And we'll drop the bale that we've got on the back here off. It'll let me. Yeah, there it goes. Perfect. Kind of got the knack of that. You have to press it a couple of times. But yeah, we've almost got the next bale coming out. So a fair amount to still go on this field. We should clear it off though and bring in the huge whack of money that we're expecting for this. We've already had 3 bales off this field and we're well on the way to a 4th. We've got about a 1/6 of a bale. No, we've got about an 1/8 of a bale so far. We've got just over 56% of the pre-chamber, and the pre-chamber holds a 1/4 of the main chamber. So yeah, we are well on the way to a 4th bale, and I think absolutely going to get a 4th one off here. Possibly a 5th as well. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to get a 5th bale off here too. I need to get my little Izeki tractor out again and just run around and grab a barrel full of water for the goats. Otherwise, they're going to have a problem. Let's fill that up. Bring this round. 2,000 litres should be enough to get them going. So we'll just bring this up here and yeah, empty it out. What I will need over the winter though is to get some feed in, because the grass that's in there, that is not going to be enough. So yeah, our goats have 632 litres at the moment, so they should be fine. And I want to put at least one more. I think we'll put one more adult goat in there, and then 5 kids. So we've got a total of 10 goats. Half of them will be growing. The other half will be ready to produce more later on, and then we can sell the first lot off and try and keep increasing our amount of money from the goats as we go. What would be a really good investment for our money though, I think, is probably a £9,000 small tarp greenhouse. We'll get producing some stuff with that and see if we can produce some kimchi. Either that or one of the glass ones, which I think produces a little bit faster. I need to do a little bit of research on these greenhouses, I think, actually, and see what the speed of each of their production is, because I think that would be very useful to us over the winter as well. Well into the evening now, and only about 4 rows to go, and we're about to drop off our 5th bale. So yeah, that's a very good number. I don't think we're going to get more than maybe half a bale off this remaining field. In fact, I would be surprised if it was that high as half a bale. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can unload the small amount that there is. In fact, what I'm going to do is going to bring up this the help menu and unload the 300 litres we have, and yeah, we can unload finished bale. In fact, I have that mod on here anyway, so yeah, we'll be able to unload whatever we have on here and be able to cash in on the lot, which is fantastic news. Final row, and we look like we're coming up to about 1,000 litres if we're lucky. In the pre-chamber. If that's the case, we'll be at about 4,000. In fact, we're going to be about 4,000 litres for the final bale. In fact, yeah, there we go, just rolling over the 1,000 litres. So let's turn that off. Let's unload into the pre-chamber. No! Oh, I messed up. We've got 2 more bales. I wanted 6. The pre-chamber, because I wasn't running, It unloaded, and it's going to unload 2 bales here now. So, yeah, that's annoying, but that's okay. We can always unload these later, or we can deal with this later. Just going to mean 1 extra trip because we got 2 bales sitting there. Let's fold this up. Put it out the way. And now we can go and complete these 2 contracts. So first off, we'll start up this, deliver these bales here, and we'll then go and grab a pile of 3 and then a pile of 2 and a pile of 2. First lot in, 90% and done, and field of contract 7. We've got 5% transported for. Right, out to the field and go and pick up the rest. That is my second lot of bales collected, so we'll close that up and then go and get these delivered as well. So load 2 coming in here and unload these. Wonder, this should go actually quite a long way to completing this contract. It would be very cool if this completed it, because that would mean everything remaining would be actual profit, but not quite. And we know we've got 2 more full bales and 2 more partial bales, so hopefully that is going to allow us to complete things without too much hassle. So I'm going to take this bale here plus the 2 less complete ones, get all of those done in one go here, see if that completes this contract. If it does, that means we're going to have about 10,000 litres of cotton ourselves to sell, which is great news. We'll be very, very happy with that. So let's pick up the first one here, and then we should be able to pick up the second one after that. Yep. Nice and easy. Right, and then we'll get these delivered and see where that leaves us. Third load. Drop that off fairly easily. Tip it up and out. And in they go. Oh, really? 80 set. Wow. That is so close, and yet that's not a full delivery. So I have the last bale in my sights. We'll get the pickup opened up and in position, and we should line ourselves up quite nicely. This is a full bale, so that will work very well for us. Should make, in fact, we should make a pretty penny off this. 10,000 litres this bale has, and that means that it'll be mostly profit for us. Not a moment too soon either, because we are at £505, and we've only got 2.5 hours left on the clock to get these contracts completed. Here we come, the last bale, I should say, and unload that. So complete the contract, and down it goes. And wow, 19,000 from that. That was a whacking great piece of profit there that we got as well. And if we come in here and complete our contracts, so collect on that, yes, and collect on that, that's perfect. 49,000. That is easily enough to get us through the winter. We've not got anything in here that's of any use to us, but I am very happy that we've got the goats set up. We might need to go and get some hay over the winter, so I'll probably go and buy a couple of bales of hay over the winter and get those back here. We'll also, well, I want to put down before I get started, before we go, I want to put down a greenhouse, and I think we've got the space for one over here. So while we have the cash, yeah, we can put a greenhouse down over here if we're careful. And I think I want to put one of these greenhouses down here. Works pretty well with everything, I think. So it will fit. It will fit here, or it should fit here. Can I turn on place anywhere? Yeah, I can turn on place anywhere. We can put it down here, and that then is a very good fit for our greenhouse, like so. I think that is something we want to do. So I'm going to fill this with some water, and we're going to start making some kimchi with this as well. So activate the peppers, activate the garlic, activate the Napa cabbage, and activate the spring onion. I'm going to go and fill this with water so that we can start creating some kimchi over the winter as well. And we're back on Hutan Pantai. We have jumped all the way forward to April. We've got a few bits and pieces to sort on the farm. All of our animals are doing well. Our goats have gone through the winter, and we got 600 liters of the goat's milk. We're going to go and give them some water in a bit. We're actually going to do water across everything. However, first you can see that we've got some goods out of our greenhouse, so we're going to make some kimchi with this. We're going to actually switch the greenhouse over to making just the Napa cabbage, because we will now have plenty with of the chilies and the spring onions and the garlic to continue on doing the kimchi. So if we get this into here, drop it off. Yep. So that will start producing higher paid stuff from those as well. We've got a whole load of mushrooms to sell today, so that should be good news as well. We actually need to sell some stuff because we've only got 22 in the bank, and we need 24, 25 to get the rice planter that we want to get hold of today as well. So plenty for us to be doing around here, and getting ready. And yeah, the farm, after a whole load of stuff that we've been doing with contracts and stuff, we should now be able to get back onto our own farm and start actually making it make money. And we've got so many possible inputs now, so many ways that we can make money off this farm, that we should be able to start doing that without worrying too much about how about doing contracts or things. We're easily making enough to cover the cost of our loan each day, so that's good news. We just need to make enough now to actually be moving forwards. And I think absolutely we're going to be there with that. So I want to get the garlic into here as well. And once we've got that dropped off, what we can do is go and turn on the kimchi. Is that going to go in there? Yeah, that's close enough. So we'll pop into here. And in our preserved food factory, we want to turn on the kimchi, which is down here somewhere. There it is, kimchi. Activate that. So we're going to be storing that. We're full on spring onion, we're full on garlic, and we're full on the chili peppers. So yeah, we just want to do Napa cabbage only in our greenhouse going forwards. So we'll grab, oh no, we need to go inside for this. We are. And we will turn off the chili peppers and the garlic and the spring onion. So how much of those do we have? We got a little bit. We can turn that back on later. And then creating the Napa cabbage, we should have enough. Water is fairly good. We probably need to fill that up in the next day or so. But that is all working well. Now that we've done that, what we can do is get some stuff into our farm kiosk, sell some bits off. Move forward a bit. There we go. We get stuck under our production. And this is the last of our rice rolls. So these now should get us a handsome little price in here. There we go. And then finally, we have just a whole load of mushrooms around here. Our mushroom greenhouse has been creating stuff very nicely over the winter. I will get out of your way, I promise, truck. There we go. So we got, looks like we got 4 pallets of the enoki here, which sell for slightly less. And yeah, I was hoping for some of the others as well, of the oysters. So this lot should price pretty well and give us more. We already have enough money, but we need to make sure that we have enough for the next day. I'm hoping we have lots of pallets of saplings, of rice saplings as well. I don't really want to have to go and buy more rice saplings. We've been producing them ever since last year's harvest. 935 for the enoki. So not too bad on those. Yeah, we've been producing the rice saplings for a while, so very much hoping now that those will be enough to get all of the rice planted this year. So we had 5 pallets of the enoki in total. So that's given us a nice little boost. We haven't quite got as many of the oyster mushrooms, but these do sell for a lot more money. So production on the enoki is faster. However, these are worth more. I'm going to be very careful with this. Try not to put too much weight on the top pallet, but at the same time, sort of ease myself out of that. There we go. These my controls are sort of the opposite what I'd expect with this, which is not making things easy. So up is pull back and down is push forward, and yeah, that's a bit weird for this forklift. I mean, it matches for everything else, so yeah. But yeah, nearly 2,000 a pallet for these. That is just a really, really great amount of money. Right, so with that done, I think we're actually going to want to leave this on here. We'll sort out the water situation later. Nothing's going to run out, so I think we're all good. We've got a deer running around here. And have we got anything? We've got the honey. We checked the honey last time. I'm just wondering what the production level is like. Wow. That really is not producing much honey. I think we might need to put some more bees in. I think that might be wise, because that is a very slow production. Somebody did mention that in the comments, but that's only 88 liters in 6 months. I think we need to up the bees by quite a considerable amount. But let's head down to the shop and see what we get down there. We really need to get ourselves a planter. So we got the money to do it. Let's go and do it. So here we go, down at the shop. Let's squeeze through there. Nothing really in the options. Yeah, nothing that's useful to us there at all. So we'll have to go down here. I was really hoping we might get a rice harvester at some point over the winter, but it just didn't happen. So here's our rice planter. No number plate on this. It is just a case of buying it straight up. 25,500. Yes, we will buy that. Okay. And there it is over there. So we'll need to flood our fields, fill them up with, fill this up with pallets and go from there. I did start to head home, and then I realized something. This takes solid fertilizer. Maybe we can fill it up with that and not need any later. So let's try that. We want consumables pallets. Do we have any actual pallets with solid fertilizer on them? Silage additive. No, we did in the previous farm sim. Nothing in this one at all. So I will have to fill it with solid fertilizer. There we go. Let's grab a couple of them and buy. Yes, okay. Don't know whether it'll take 2, but we'll see what it will take. Nope, it won't even take 1. We're good. Yeah, 250 liters. So we got plenty of solid fertilizer there. We'll come back and grab the rest of that later. For now, I think we're pretty good. So we're back up to the farm in our rice planter. We'll head down. I've left the forks on my tractor, and I don't think we're actually going to need them. We should be able to just drive up over here and refill. Yes, there we go. That will refill nicely with a full pallet of those. So now it really is a case of how long will it take to empty one of these out. We can find that out without too much difficulty. We will flood this field. There are a fair amount of stones on here, but yeah, it's not too bad. I don't know how long our fields take to flood, so I'm going to go round and do all 4 of them. So flood that one. And then we want to go and flood the one down the bottom here as well. I think we can jump down and do this one. Yep, jump down here, flood this one. There we go. That's 3 fields flooding. And of course, because we're doing normal rice rather than long grain, we want to flood before we plant, not after. How's that going? That's still flooding. Oh, I may have needed to flood this the previous day rather than today. It may take a little while for the field to actually be flooded. Might have been wise to do this at the beginning of the day rather than now. Final field to flood, and actually I'm beginning to question whether I wanted to put this down here or down the other end. It might have been better to have set the ability to flood it a little bit closer to the house. But I got back up to the top and this field is beginning to show signs of being flooded. I don't know if this is ready to actually plant. It's certainly getting that. Yeah, it's a sticky mess at the moment. Let's just put this in here. While it's flooding, it might be all right. Let's bring this up. We want the steering assist. Okay. We're going to do the middle of the field first. I think the other fields will all be flooded by the time this one is done. Yeah, let's line up. Okay, turn it on. Unfold the tool first. There we go. Turn it on. Drop it down. And yeah, there we go. Planting in the field. The field is still flooding at the moment. So by the time we finish planting this, I reckon we will probably be in a position where the field will be flooded. And if not this one, then the other field should be flooded as well. But certainly looks like you can do this in a field while it's flooding, which is great news. That's exactly what we want. our fields, or our 3 terraced fields over here, all planted with rice. We can now go and do our last field. We've got 91% left in this, so I'm going to use up what we've got on here and then refill on field 27. I'm quite pleased, actually. We still have a full set of pallets sitting outside of here, so I was worried we were going to use more than we were generating, but the fact that we haven't is really good. I think we are going to need to get hold of a trailer, though, because we need to transport the remaining rice saplings in order to get them sold. I'm quite excited to see how this field does. Let's see what sort of shape we get. Okay, not too bad. I think I'm going to start on the really short ones down this end, though. Also, let me know in the comments what you thought to that time lapse. Would you like to see more of that kind of thing on the channel? Just sort of covering large jobs like that. I mean, that did take a while. We got 0.7 of an hour on this piece of kit. So that gives you an idea of how long it took to get all of that done. But I am open to doing more time lapses if you guys would like to see more of the work done that way. This field I'm not going to time lapse. We're just going to work our way through it, and hopefully at the end we'll have a nice ready field to go. One thing I will point out is the difference between the ground here and the ground on the fields we've just done. This field is not mulched, and I'm guessing that the effect we had on the ground on the other fields is because those were mulched, and as a result there's some old rice plants that got dragged up, or some old rice bits that have got dragged up as we were planting the new rice. Quite the view from up here. It's really amazing. I'm kind of blown away by that every time we approach it and head that way, and then we've got the mist just hovering around here in this cut between the two sides, well, between the valley and the coastline is quite amazing as well. This is a really beautiful map. It does feel very much like a single player map, or a single farm map, I should say. There's a lot of single farm map feel to it, whereas Riverbend Springs has multiple farms built into the map. This has 2, maybe 3, with a big one down in the valley. You've got the small one up here. I think there might be another one hiding around here somewhere, but it certainly is not a many multiple farm map. So I quite like it for that. I like the differences between the two. I'm very interested to hear what other people's thoughts are around the maps. So let me know in the comments what your thought on this map and on Riverbend Springs is. Of course, doing Riverbend Springs on my live streams at the moment, so you should come and check those out every day. And yeah, this is a gorgeous map. The other thing I note here is how little fertilizer we've used. We are down to 66% of the 250 liters that we started with. That is not much at all that we've used across all these fields. So yeah, I definitely overspent on the fertilizer. Not a huge problem, but still, we could have saved ourselves a few grand if we'd only bought one of those pallets instead of 2. Planter is empty again, so we'll head back up to our greenhouse and get it refilled. Don't want to head into the goats. We want to head over this way. Fields are looking very nice. I was very pleased that I could plant it as I was flooding it. That was absolutely awesome. I don't know how much these pallets of rice saplings are worth, but yeah, we definitely want to try and get a vehicle or a trailer and get them transported. I think some sort of flatbed would be good. Possibly another, or possibly a lorry with a flatbed on it would be quite good. Would seem to fit with what we've got here. We're not really transporting much produce though, because our farm kiosk is a very good place for us to sell most things. And anything we can't sell, well, we will need to transport eventually. I'd like to get the goat's milk processed. It's going to take us 35,000 to get a dairy on here though. And that will of course mean that we are in need of raising the cash for that. I don't think we particularly need to raise any other money for the farm though. That's the thing. If we got a flatbed trailer, we can sell our remaining saplings this year and make a profit off those, and then see where we go from there. That might even raise us enough money to buy a dairy so that we can sell the goats, process and sell the goat's milk on the farm. That would be really good. So yeah, I think we'll see where we are. We'll see what happens. I think that might be a job for next time. Load those up, get a flatbed, load those up, and go from there. We've got 5,425 in the bank. We should have some more money coming from stuff we're processing and stuff we can sell. So we'll see where we go from there. I think we've got one more row to go before the headland. Yeah, looks like it. The headland itself looks like it has a bit of an overlap with the final row here, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. If we have a little bit of a gap, that's not the end of the world. There looks like there's two lines running next to each other. If I disable this one quickly, you can see there's two lines basically running the same along that first inner headland there. So not too worried about that. That should work fairly well for us. We're down to 36% on this, so I think we may have to fill this up one more time. Can't tell if I'm lifted or not. I am lifted. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to hit the headlands now. I don't think that that last one on the main body of the field is going to make much difference if we don't. We'll try and get it to follow round fairly easily. Hopefully not leaving any big patches. We've got a patch there. I know we've got a patch somewhere else on one of the other fields to fill in as well. Oh, I want this row here. There we go. Yeah, so might have a little bit of cleaning up to do in a couple of places. I think it's only 2 patches, which is not bad at all, actually. And I think with only 7 litres of saplings left on here, I can't see how we're not going to end up having a refill. So again, not the end of the world. We should be pretty good. We have plenty of saplings. Of course, anything we refill and leave on the harvester, we won't be able to sell. But we might, I don't know if we can unload the keep saying harvester, I mean the seeder. Anything that we don't get off, don't use on this seeder, I think we hopefully can unload. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting time of it, I think. Just seeing where we go. Yeah, follow this round, and these lines overlap so much, I can't see this being a problem at all. As suspected, we've run out of saplings again, so need to head back to the greenhouse and grab them. I don't know if this is probably not realistic. We probably need this on the field and go and get the saplings on the forks there and bring them to the field. It's just such a short journey that I kind of went, oh, I'll do it that way. We have hit the hour mark as well, so let's refill that. So yeah, it's taken a while to get all of these fields done, but having got them done, I'm really pleased. That's given us a good position to move forward with. We absolutely must keep these fields watered every day, so I'm gonna have to go round the pumps, make sure everything gets watered, that everything is okay, because if we don't do that, we're gonna end up with at best patchy fields, at worst no crop at all. And after putting in all this work to lose all of this rice, that would be really bad. Coming up to the end, we need to lift that up and turn it off. pretty happy with that. I think, yeah, it's a tiny little spot there. We've got a little spot over here. I just need to pop in and fix. So, yeah, a small area there. And lift that out as well. And then over this way too, we've got another patch here. I think it's the first field where I just missed a little bit on the end of the line. Oh, look at the goats jumping around. Yeah, I can see it from here. Just a small patch over here. This is all looking really, really good. I'm very, very happy. There we are. That should be everything planted. So bring that up and out. Let's see if we can unload this. No, so this doesn't unload. You can't unload the planter once it has stuff on it. I'm gonna go park this. Well, I don't think it'll park in the shed. I think it's too wide to fit in there with the harvester. So I think we'll have to park it over here for now. And maybe look at getting possibly a bigger shed, or possibly its own shed. But that can sit there for now. Perfect. That has been a very productive day on the farm. Don't think I noticed anything in the shop come up that is of any use. No, there's a big combo flex header for 78,000, well out of our price range. But yeah, all in all, we've got all the rice in. We are nicely set up for the new year. And so next time, I think we're going to be selling off some excess on the farm and making a bit more money and seeing how we can move forward. Today on Hutan Pantai, we're going to have to deal with the rice fields. They've all dried out a bit since we first planted them. So what I need to do is flood them. We need to make sure we keep all of our rice fields flooded the whole way through to them being ready to harvest. Otherwise, we'll end up with patchy rice fields, and we want to try and avoid that. So we'll go through all of these and get them flooded. I'm going to have to jump down, I think, to the bottom one over here and get that flooded. Yeah, so we can just jump off our wall here and do that. Now, our last field that we've got, field 27, that we have a little bit of problem with because it is yet to actually receive its second load of fertilizer. And if we have a look at it, yeah, you can see here. So at the moment it's dry, and this might be a good opportunity for us to get something onto it, to get some fertilizer onto it. We know we've got a whole load of fertilizer down at the main shop. So I think we might go and get a little fertilizer spreader. We only have to get a small one, and hopefully that won't be too expensive. Maybe if we just quickly around the farm here sell off a bit of the stuff that we got kicking around. So I've got some more Napa cabbage here. Let's lower this down and pick that up. Angle is not great on this. Right, and then lift that up. Yep. We can go and put this into our little production plant here. We've got plenty of all of the other ingredients. It's just making sure that we top this up with Napa cabbage. And then once we get to the point where the other ingredients are used up, we'll then create some more of those in the greenhouse and do that. We've got our first kimchi out as well. 1,000 liters of that. So that's good. That's bringing that out a little bit each day. And we'll put this down in here. And that will make us 1,300. So that's a good start to our day. And then down here on the road, we have more mushrooms as well. So I want to check exactly what our water levels are like later today. I don't think they'll be too bad in these. They weren't that bad last time. And we know we can just go round from our water tower and collect them. In fact, we can go round from our rice fields and collect water now. Although I think the water on the rice fields we probably want to leave to the rice. You can see how far off I was there. Right, let's try this. Yeah, really, really difficult actually to line this up. Would love to get a replacement for this, something that's a little bit easier to use, because this is not the greatest thing. but we don't really have the money, and things like telehandlers are expensive. All right, let's pull that down. Try and do this without knocking everything over. Yeah, look at that. It's quite difficult to see exactly what I'm doing with this piece of kit. Love it, but it's not the most easy piece of kit in the world to use. We want to go slowly because those are precariously balanced on the back there. And put these in. I really do like the bonus that you get with this little shop. We are playing on start from scratch here. And so this is the smallest bonus you get with this. And yet we're still getting a really good amount of money every time. So 894 from the smaller mushrooms and 1,867 for the larger. So yeah, we've got a good amount of money coming in, provided that we just keep it all flowing and keep everything topped up. So very happy with that. Right, let's head down to the shop and see what we can get with our well, just under 8 grand. Doesn't take us too long to get down to the shop. It's not the closest thing to the farm, but it is a massive distance away. We've got 2 lots of fertilizer down here waiting for us, so we'll get filled up on those. But we're gonna need a spreader to get, well, to put it in first. So let's see what the shop has. And oh, talking about telehandlers, there's our Manitou here for 52,000. That would be really nice to have on the farm. It's got 40 odd, well, nearly 50 hours on it. But yeah, that would be a cracking piece of kit. I don't see how we can raise that kind of money though, and we can't borrow any. So yeah, it's not within our price range at the moment. Talk about the perfect thing coming up at the wrong time. That is just unfortunate. Right, we want a fertilizer spreader, and oh, it's only 2,000. I knew that this little spreader existed here. It only takes 300 liters, so it's not even going to take all of it. But this should be enough, I think, to get the field done. So we're going to buy that for 2,000. We would have had enough for that even without selling any of our, or selling any of the produce we have on the farm. So that's perfect. That is exactly the piece of kit I was after. Now, I may have to come back down here with our forks and just pick up these bags, because obviously 300 liters is not going to fill that. Connect that up, refill it, and yeah, let's go and see if this goes far enough. Oh, I'm hoping this goes far enough. I really feel in my element with this farm at the moment. It's just such a great little farm that's producing stuff and making money and just working, which is fantastic. I am hoping we're not going to destroy any crop with this. Let's do a little test. Oh yeah, we are. Oh wow, back that out, back that out. That is going to destroy crop if I drive over that. So we need to put a workshop in. I don't know if our workshop here, or if we can put a workshop in. We have space for one. Let's see how much it is. I have a feeling this might be around 10 grand to put this in. If it is, that's going to be a problem. Tools. It is. It's 10,000. We don't have enough, which means I'm going to have to go all the way back down to the shop to do it. How much is that subsoiler? We should never have really bought that subsoiler. And I don't know what its value is. It doesn't give me a value there. We have a look in here. The value of it is 6,000. Okay, that would give me enough. So I think what we'll do is we will drop off this. We'll head down to the shop. And we'll go get rid of that subsoiler. We'll probably need something like it next season, but I think we can raise enough cash to get that. And who knows, one might turn up in the shop and allow us to buy one second hand. But at the moment, this is an expensive piece of kit, that we can't really have lying around here. I could very much do with the money instead. While I'm down at the shop, I think I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One job we need to do today is we have a lot of rice saplings sitting there doing nothing. We've got our bags of fertilizer sitting here doing nothing. I think we need to do a lot of transporting. So while initially my idea here was to sell this and buy the buy the workshop, I think we're going to be much better off selling this and using the money for something else. So let's see how much this is worth. 7,585. We're going to repaint it and repair it. That takes the value up to 8,670. Repair it takes it up another 10, so 8,680. We will not get this money for it. We will get 7,800. Wow. I really wish I could sell for its actual value, but yes, let's sell. I'm not sure the discrepancy between those numbers is a little bit annoying because it makes it very difficult to tell how much you can actually sell stuff for. Okay, that is sold. And that means we've got 12,973. Let's come into here. We've not got anything of use in there. We've already checked that. But down here in miscellaneous. No, it's not in miscellaneous. It's in this miscellaneous. It's not hand tools miscellaneous. See, this new menu system is a little bit confusing. We want this, and we can afford it. It's 9,500. That is perfect. So this is a great little trailer. We can either get it with all the stuff on top. I'm not going to. The design is X350. That takes us to 985. We want to put it, I think, in the blue. We've been going with the Goldhofer blue for our trailers, so we'll go with that. And then the rim color, I like the chrome on the wheels. So now we just need to go and select somebody for the license plate. And congratulations to Axion Grozzo. You have been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons and YouTube channel members. So your name is going to go on the number plate. And we can see it around there at the back. Go with Axion G. And yeah, oh, wow. That rim, oh wow, those chrome rims are really expensive. I think we might have to not have the chrome rims. Yeah, we'll go with the black rims on this then. I can't afford that. I can't afford the chrome for the extra 1,000. We're good. Otherwise though, I think that will do nicely. So we will buy that. Yes. And this is going to allow us to get extra money in and also transport stuff back from the shop. So now we also need to back this up. And I'm really hoping now I've got enough money left to put some care wheels on this tractor. So we will customize this. And we've got the wide tires on it at the moment. The Michelins, we can't put care wheels on there. There we go, narrow tires. Customize that. Yes. Oh, and we managed to get all of that. That is worth it. That is going to now allow us to make some money today, which was the thing that was really worrying me. We were in trouble for a minute there, but now we should be all right. I think we'll be able to load up all of those saplings, get those sold, and also be able to go and get the stuff that we wanted to do. So the actual fertilizer spreading done as well. And then maybe we can afford a workshop after that. So I'm going to drop this trailer off. And then we should be able to go and get the rice done. So let's drop that there. We will then spin around, grab our spreader. Yeah, and there we go. Pick that up. Right, down to the field. And this time we shouldn't destroy any of our crop when we drive onto it. Nope, we're good. Right, let's grab a steering assist on it. Okay. Set ourselves up. And away we go. And hopefully this should give us a good enough coverage and not use too much. In fact, yeah, we're not using too much solid fertilizer. So that's really good. That solid fertilizer we've got should keep us going then for a good long while. It really isn't taking us very long with this. I'm already through most of the middle of the field. I've got to see if there's anything I've missed, but I'm not sure there is really. Let's have a quick look. And oh wow, yeah, a couple of big bits I've missed. So we've got this corner, we've got the middle bit of the field here, and we've got what looks like a row here. Kind of all over the place a little bit. So we will make sure that corner gets got. And we'll stop there. Have we got the field now? Almost. There's a patch just to the north of us that I want to get. We're going to go across the end here like so. And yeah, messy, not realistic at all, but we have got the field done. And we only used about 62% of the fertilizer. So that's really good. And this I'll store at the back of my shed. We are getting to the point though where I think we're going to need another shed at some point, because right now it's getting quite cozy in here with the tractor and the harvester, and now the little fertilizer spreader at the back. I don't want it to yeah, we could do with a little bit more space, I think. So we'll leave that back there. We'll go and take our trailer down to the bottom, and we'll start loading up the pallets of saplings and get them sold and get some more money in now that all of our rice is planted. We have a lot of these saplings, and I'm kind of thinking my best bet is going to be to go a single row high and do multiple trips. So it appears I only have 4 more pallets after these, and that means we could possibly get them on the top if I'm careful. So we are going to try it. I also need to go and flood that field we've just fertilized, so we'll go and do that before we leave. Otherwise I absolutely will forget it, and I don't want to do that. Down and in for the last pair of pallets. This is going to be quite top heavy, which is kind of why I was looking not to do this in the first place. Oh wow, this is not wise. Okay, yeah, I think we would be better off actually. I've changed my mind. I'm going to take those 2 off the top. I think this is going to be a very scary journey, and we'll pick up these. We'll come and grab these 4 afterwards, and we'll make the money from that. So, and go and make a sale. I think these is going to make us a bit of money. I'm hoping. We might even get enough for the workshop and be able to take these wheels off this tractor. So lock you down. Any more? Yeah, there and there. Right, fold that up. Let's go and find out where we want to sell these saplings. Best place for rice saplings is the warehouse without loading them onto the train. We'll get 5,856 per 1,000 liters. They sell really well. In September, they sell for well over 6,000. That's pretty amazing. So we might do our second sell-off in September and then grow a load for the new year again. The warehouse is located the far side of town, actually near the train station. So we'll take this up and round here. And I'm not looking to load the train up. I think while we can make extra money from the train, we currently don't really have the equipment to go and load that up. Oh, this is struggling up this hill a little bit, this little tractor. Very pleased I didn't overload this like I was planning to, because yeah, this is quite a struggle up this hill. Up we go, and we'll make it to the top. So where do we unload this? Looks like we unload it somewhere inside. Oh wow. Oh, hang on, is it up the top here? I think it's up the top here. Yeah, this looks like the unloading bay, so we'll just bring this around. I'm glad I don't have a big truck or something that I am trying to sell this with. Will that unload there? Warehouse. No, that's to buy. Oh, sell is outside. I can, that is where stuff will spawn if you buy it. The selling point, it looks like, is outside here. So let's just pull into that and unload. There we go. 843? Those aren't 1,000-litre pallets. Oh man, that is why saplings would be worth a lot of money if there was a lot of them. But that was tiny. Those saplings are absolutely not worth the effort of transporting all that way to get them sold. I mean, we spent 10 grand on this trailer and we've made less than a grand of that back from selling those saplings. I think we probably don't want then to be producing any more saplings for now. It's we're only going to use probably about 4 of those next year. We've got 22 liters, yes. So we are going to turn these off for now. We'll produce them over the winter, and that way they're ready for the new year for actually using. But as I said, we only used 5 pallets last year. So if we filled the side of this building up with rice saplings, then we'd be good. So let's grab this. Let's drop it down. I'm just going to move these pallets out the way because that's exactly where they are now, completely in our way. We'll stack these by the side of our greenhouses here, and they'll be ready then for next year. But I'm not gonna go and spend any more time or effort on these trying to get these rice saplings sold, because yeah, 48 liters, there's 12 liters a pallet. That is not worth the time or the effort to go and sell. They're worth a lot, but there's not a lot in a pallet, and that's why they're worth a lot. So another issue I've got with my current setup is this trailer doesn't connect to this tractor while my 3-point loader here is attached. So we're going to have to drop that off. We're going to have to then hook this up, open up the side of the trailer, drop it off, and I'm going to have to put my forks on the trailer. Oh, we're getting so many holes in our setup right now. This is not great. I'm hoping that these, though, will sit on this trailer. We'll see. No, that's going to be too low, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to now need to hire a forklift down at the shop in order to actually load stuff up at the shop, which is annoying, and it's something I didn't particularly want to do, but there's not much other choice. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves with a bit of a problem. So let's go do that. We'll head down the shop. We need to get that fertilizer back up here, and that will then mean that we're cleared up a bit for today. Not been the big success I hoped today would be. But at least we've got ourselves a little trailer. So back down to the shop, and I want to just position this so that we can easily load up. Oh, there we go. Open that side there, position that there, and let's go and grab ourselves a little forklift. I really think the shops should come with these on maps. It would be really good if they did. Can we lease that? We don't have enough money to lease that. I think we're going to have to add one of these in to the shop. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add 55,000 in. We'll create one of these and we'll put it down at the shop because yeah, I think the shop should have some way of loading up the equipment and things that you buy. So I've added 55,000 in. We will buy that, yes, and this will belong to the shop. So it's shop only, stays down here, parks down here, not part of our farm. So if we were ever to sell this, then the money would have to go straight back out again. It is purely a piece of kit to load stuff up here, and belongs to the shop. So let's lift that up. We've got 700 litres fertilizer in this one, and we've got another probably full set of fertilizer in this one. No, 750 in this one. So yeah, 250 went into our seeder, and 300 went into the spreader. Neither took particularly much, and both of them were completely empty of it at the end. Right, and then we'll park this over here out the way, down the side near the two vending machines. Yeah, like that. Okay, so that is done. Turn that off, and we'll head back to the farm. Yeah, I think having that down here makes a lot of sense, and I want to do that. And we'll leave the side of the trailer open. That way neither of these will be tempted to empty its contents into the trailer itself. So today has not been quite as successful as I would have hoped. I'm not made anywhere near as much money as I was expecting to. I think we do still need to water this field. I've lost track a little bit because we fertilized it and everything now is fully fertilized. Yeah, this hasn't been watered. Those are both watered. This hasn't been. So we want to turn this on and get this flooded. Avoid getting any crop damage. So yeah, we need to sort out the water level. And that's good. And then I've just got to unload these pallets back at the farm. We've not got a storage shed, and I kind of feel that we need to do that. I think fairly soon I'm going to be looking at sheds and seeing if there's any way that I can create a little bit more storage space. I also think that I want to look at field 28 and 29. See how flat they are, see how possible it is to create rice fields around here, because I think they would make some good rice fields as well, and yeah, it would work very well for that. We possibly looking at our existing rice fields, maybe even extend this one. We've got a flat area a little bit wider here and out here, so there is space that we could possibly extend our existing rice fields as well. So I think there's a lot of space around here where we could take advantage of stuff and really get things working very well for us. However, I don't think there's much more to do on the farm today. The goats are all in good shape. Everywhere else is doing well, and I just need to unload this trailer of fertilizer and find somewhere to put that. And today we are back on Hutan Pantai. We're going to be doing a load of stuff around the yard first. We've got some kimchi to sell here. We also have some mushrooms, I think. So some of the enoki mushrooms, those need selling too. I think we've got some Napa cabbage ready to go into our production as well. However, I do want to check before we do that we actually have enough space for it, because there's been an interesting thing noticed about this production that I really need to take into account when doing stuff with it. So yeah, let's get this enoki mushrooms in as well. Don't know how well they are on my forks. It's a little bit concerning. Can't see things all that clearly with this. Considering making a mod of this tractor that includes a front loader on it, I think it would be a really useful little tractor, this Izeki with a front loader on it. And before we go and grab, so we have got some Napa cabbage there, sitting in there. How much Napa cabbage? Oh yeah, we can still put plenty of that into here. Yeah, because the thing that's been noticed, I think Mr. CDP noticed this. You can only put, there's only space for like 480 liters of the garlic and the chili and the spring onions in here, but it takes the full 1,000 liter pallet, so you end up losing over half your pallet in this production when making the kimchi, which is a little bit annoying. I don't overly like that. But yeah, there's not really much you can do about it. There's no way to separate out the pallets. So yeah, you're gonna use about twice as much as the recipe says, because you lose half a pallet to it in the first place. Kind of wondering if, again, a mod of that production that has just a little bit more space would be a great way to go. The other thing we need to do before we head down and see if we can earn some extra cash is we need some water. Everything could do with a top up. This is not a giant water trailer, so everything could really do with several top ups of water. The other thing that could do a top up of water is all of our fields. So we're going to go around all the fields in a minute and just turn all the pumps on for today. We are still using the free water tower mod that I got given very quickly, but with version 1.3 of Farming Simulator 25, that water tower is now free anyway. It won't charge you anything for filling up. So as a result, that mod actually isn't needed anymore. And so I won't be using it on any playthroughs beyond this one. As wonderfully useful as it was early on. Goats seem to be doing well. We've got our first goat's milk out, and I think at some point I'm going to want to put a small dairy in order to sort them out. Let's get some more water over here. Goats don't take that much. Our productions, our mushroom greenhouse and our regular greenhouse take quite a bit though. So I'm just going to loop through those, get both of those filled up, and then we'll head out and go and see what contracts are available today. I think there might be some stuff with some spinach, and I think there's a very big baling contract that we can do as well, all of which should put us in very good stead going into our own rice harvest in a couple of months. So we want to really get all of those done. So I'm going to get all of these filled up, and then we'll head out there and we'll see what's available. This is the last load of water that we need. This should fill up our greenhouse quite nicely. We'll just pull this up over here. I think we've only got just over 1,000 liters that need to go into here. So unload that. And that worked out very nicely there. So we just need to go round and do our fields now. Yeah, 915 liters left. So over to here, we'll just park this up beside as we've done before. It looks like we got a second set of goat's milk out. So yeah, we want to really get that dairy set up sooner rather than later if we can. We've got 1,000 liters of goat's milk there and another 10 liters there. So they're doing really well at the moment.
I'm just going to drive around. We'll go and get all of our fields watered. So all of the rice fields. I definitely put the pump on this field at the wrong end. I should have put it at the house end, giving us a lot less distance to go to every time I want to activate the pump. So there we go. Over to here. Flood that field. Perfect. Right, 3 more to go. I really think at some point I want to buy 28 and 29. They're fairly flat. I think we'd end up with a fairly big terrace on part of it, and it'd be quite a big piece of work to rework the field. But I think it would work out well for us. I think we'd get another rice field in there, slightly odd shaped, but we'd be able to merge those two. Let's flood this field, and then we'll just spin back around the other side of 31 to this upper terrace. Get this one done as well. So yeah, flood these, and keeping these flooded means that these fields should end up without any patches or anything. I really want to make sure that we get the most out of these rice fields we can this year. So flood that. I mean, how are we looking? We are looking at 100% fertilized at the moment. So we've got no weeds, 100% fertilized. I think that we should be fairly good as far as getting a full harvest of rice off these. And if we do, we'll be able to make lots of rice cakes, and that'll work out very nicely. Right, let's park this up then, and we can go and see what contracts the farmers around here need from us. First though, just a quick thing. Somebody did note in the comments that they thought this EDK 650 could become a flatbed. And just having a look at it in here, 4 million, yeah, bale trailers. So we didn't need the flatbed trailer that we bought last time. We have a flatbed on the farm in the form of this trailer. So that is a little bit annoying. We could actually go and get rid of that other trailer, actually. So we might do that, get some of our money back, or we might just hold on to it. It might be useful to have 2 trailers kicking around the farm. I don't know. But down at the shop now, it's time to look and see what contracts are available. And there's a couple of possibilities today that I think would work really well for us. One is this baling contract in field 2. So yeah, we will borrow the items for farmland 2. The other one is we've got farmland 44, 22, and 19. All of these are harvesting spinach, I think. Looking at these, they're all the same price to hire these, but the trailer for field 44, farmland 44, is big. And it's probably the last field I want to do as well. So I'm going to borrow the items for that one, and then we're going to work our way back. So I'm going to get farmland ID 19 done first. And I am going to take the harvester down there. We'll get that started. And then I can get the tractor and trailer down there after that. And then we can get started on this field of, this field of bales. Made it down to field 19 without having to go through town, which is was a little bit of fun. We should be able to now come into here. We will unfold the harvester. Once it's unfolded, we'll start it up. And then we'll just check the hired worker. Yeah, that should do it fine. So let it go. Hopefully that's just going to reposition that way. Nope, it looks like it wants to go the other way around the field. So that means I'm going to need to complete this baling contract before we move on from field 19. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for it to do that. So that should be all right for us, I think. Let's hook this up, unfold it. And yeah, we're just going to shoot around this field, get this job done. And then hopefully we'll be able to turn around
get the next one. And I actually think the next one of these baling contracts, I'm not too worried about hiring the baler, the tractor and the baler again. We should be able to do a pretty strong job, I think, and not lose too much money doing it that way. To the end of the contract now, and halfway through it suddenly opened up the heavens, and you can actually see there that we've got a big patch of dead ground, and I think we're in the middle of a hailstorm. In fact, yeah, this is a hailstorm, so I'm hoping my rice fields are okay, because that would not be great. Huge field is done, or contract is done, so let's unload those bales. I'm wondering if I can take another contract on now, whether it'll actually let me do it. Let's see. I think we have the full number of contracts we can actually take. There's 2 more contracts for the baling. Wow. We'll accept it. No, I've only got 3 active contracts, so I've got 2 that are going on the harvesting and the baling that we've got here to complete. So I think we might complete this. I think we should have got 2 baling contracts and just gone through on those, because our harvesting on field 19, that is still going. We'll drop this back at the shop though, and I think we'll complete the contract because we want to move on to field 22 next. So let's collect on that. 17,232. As I said, we're not spending a lot on leasing the equipment, so we'll collect that. Yes. And 44 is it's not that much bigger than 22. It's going to be the 19. It's going to be a little bit more work. 22 there is where I want to move on to next though. So let's go harvesting, and we will accept the contract on that field and okay that. Right, let's go check out our harvester. You know what? There's nearly 34,000 litres of spinach off this field. That's actually a lot higher than I was expecting for this. That'll gonna fill a lot of the trailer, if not actually completely fill the trailer. But yeah, that's a decent amount of here. 34,298. We might have to start a hired worker on the next field while we go and tip this, which was not something I was expecting to do. It is not far off. 91% full. I am somewhat amazed by that. We might be able to fill the harvester and the trailer on field 22, and hopefully none of it will go to field 44 when we go to deliver. If it does, we're gonna have to probably deliver a load of it into our production. AI worker, okay, start it up, drop it down, and we'll set it going. But that is slightly concerning. While that's going and our hired workers working on that, I'm just gonna pop back up here and I want to check my rice fields, make sure that we've not got any patches in it from this hail. I'm very much hoping our rice fields are going to come through unscathed. We're all right on that one. Oh no, look at this. Oh, that's really awful. Look at this up here. Yeah, we've lost some at the top corner here. The hail has done some damage. Ah, that's annoying. And what about the other field? I don't think the other field had any visible damage from what I saw up the top. But yeah, that is very, very annoying. Let's see. Yeah, no damage in this field by the looks of things. So it looks like it's just our field over there, which has taken a beating from the hail. And yeah, that's slightly disappointing. I had hoped that we might get away with it. We're going to get nearly 2 trailers off this. So delivering 1 trailer for this field is not going to be the end of the world. We should be able to get the field complete. Field 44 is going to be the difficult one though. And the harvester is coming up to full. It's not going to be able to do much more of this. I would like it to reach the end of the row. I'm not sure it's going to. No, there we are. So this will get us to the end of these headlands. We've got about, I think we're probably going to have about 37,000 litres. How much have we got? We're at 90%. That might be enough just to get us around the remains of this headland. Canning factory is over this corner here. Right, please, please, please tip into field 19. Where's it going? Field 19! This is perfect. Absolutely fantastic. Field 19 is completing. Oh my god, that could have been so much worse. So that means we can empty out the harvester again. Just need to get the trailer underneath it. And then once we've done this, we will hold on to the contents in the trailer now. We'll get another full trailer and make sure we finish this field first before delivering everything. Yeah, we're in a very good position now. I was just having a quick look through the shop and noticed that a very similar Iseki tractor to mine is currently up for sale. And looking at the price of mine has a value of 63,347. The one in the shop is priced at 44,979. Yes, it has more hours on it. But I think we'd actually be in a better position if we were to use that. So I thought I had a repair slot here. If I don't, that's okay. So I'm going to take this down to the shop. We're going to switch our tractor around for slightly older one. We've only got 2.9 hours on this, but we can make probably about £20,000 by selling our current tractor up and buying a slightly
or one with slightly more hours on it, which is always a fairly good switch out. So down to the shop with our original tractor. I'm just going to drop the trailer off here. We can repair it for 447. We can repaint it for, oh, wow, we should be able to sell this for over 70,000. We'll repaint it for 8,000 and we'll get, well, that adds nearly 9,000 to it. So yeah, we can sell this for 79,042. We've got, oh wow, there's a Volvo in there at the moment. We've got the Genesis, but this is the tractor we want. So it comes with twin wheels on it. The twin wheels are the Verticines. Okay, so we're going to go with that. We do need somebody for the number plate. And congratulations to Zach B. You've been selected at random from the tractor driver and above level patrons, YouTube channel members, and Twitch subscribers. And so I'm going to put Zach B1 on here because it won't let me put a space or a dash or anything like that. So yeah, we'll go with that. And okay, so your name is on that. And we're going to buy that for 44,972. And we've made a huge whack of money from doing that. Oh, wow. It does need a bit of a repair. That's fine. And we do want to customize it. And as I said, we're going to put the Michelin tires on it. And it's basically wide tires with the Michelins. And that's going to cost us 2,000 as well. So customize that. Okay. So we'll head down to the field. We'll grab some spinach. And hopefully that will be enough. And basically, as time is ticking on, we're going to abandon the contract in field 44 and just finish the one in 22. And as I said, I'm hoping that the amount of spinach we put in this trailer is going to be enough to just keep some for us and then finish the rest off. Empty into that. And there we go. That leaves us with 24,000 litres. I'll be honest. If we have 24,000 litres to put into our factory, that is going to be amazing. That would be absolutely everything I would hope for. I don't think it's going to be that much off 2 fields. That would be a very large amount. So let's see, how close is this going to get us to completion? Let's tip this trailer full of spinach. If it hits the total, I need to be very careful. 96, 98, 88, 89. This is not quite going to be enough, is it? No. We are 71% transported. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to take this back to the field and we're going to fill the little trailer and take the little trailer in and see if that's enough to complete it. Because that's only 8,000 litres and that would leave us with 16,000 litres if it was successful. So we'll see what happens. Okay, is this going to be enough? Let's tip it. See. And oh, it's not gonna be it. Nope, it's probably about half of what we had there. Needs to go. Yeah. 83% transported. That is incredibly annoying. I really hope that all we need is 8,000 litres because otherwise, that is going to become very, very annoying. So let's get the rest of this into the trailer and go and see if this contract will actually complete. And that's the last of it. 8,675 litres. Will this do the contract? Time to find out. Let's tip it up. And 97, 98, 98. Whoa. Oh, I managed to catch it. 2,275 litres. It's been a long but ultimately profitable day on the farm. We've got all of this spinach back here that will start getting bagged up.
We've got these contracts to collect. We're going to cancel the contract on field 44. We can't really do anything with it. And it's not going to be any good to us. Please let the spinach go in here. I think the spinach does go in here. Yeah, there we go. Tip that in here. We'll get that started here. So we are looking to create spinach bags. Activate that. We're gonna have about 10,000 liters of spinach to do that with. So that is done with this tractor and trailer. Park that there and turn it off for now. And then this one here, we got the remaining 2,000 liters. And we could have got all of this back here. We could have saved ourselves a load of time, but never mind. It's all worked out in the end. Tip this in here as well. And then once that's done, we'll cancel the contract on field 44. Along with collecting the others. So collect that. So that is 3,894. That is 2,200. And then this one we're going to cancel. Yes. Okay. And yeah. Oh, wow. We still get charged for the lease of the equipment. That is very interesting. That did not happen in Farming Simulator 22. So, yeah, you still get charged for leasing the equipment. I quite like that. Right. I am going to go and put this all away. We are trying to line ourselves up here for the Napa cabbage. I haven't quite got it right. We're going to put this into our processing plant again. We're trying to basically get as much through there as possible and continually make money every month. We have some more kimchi coming out, which is great. We also have our first full pallet of goat's milk, which I want to make into either goat's cheese or bottled goat's milk. So we're going to try and get that started today. We made a considerable amount of money last time, and we should have enough in order to actually do that this time. We will get both sets of mushrooms here in. So we're making a decent amount of money on our little farm. There's some contracts that we can have a crack at today as well. There's another spinach contract. Of course, after yesterday not being able to get all three of those done, we are looking to maybe get a little bit more spinach in. The other one we've got is there's a peas contract, and if we can get some peas into our setup, that would be good. Let's see if we can stack this right though first. Oh yeah, that's why I've got an issue. We are nowhere near actually lined up. Trying to use this. I really want to replace this with something else. If we can get a cheap front loader or a skid steer or something like that, that would be great. That would make a massive difference to us here. Let's take that down onto the floor and then reverse up and grab it. I mean, this does the job, but it's not perfect and it is a little bit fiddly. It would be good to be able to just do it with something a little bit better. Telehandler would be really nice, but none of that is available to us at the moment. 850 for the smaller mushrooms, 1,759 for the larger one. So prices are fairly low at the moment. So we're not making quite as much as we have in the past. But that's all right. The whole idea of this is basically to keep making money off our farm as much as possible on a monthly basis. And that way we'll get a nice sort of average price for everything. And we are up to 50,000, which is absolutely fantastic. Right, let's see if there's somewhere where we can get a small dairy placed. So in our construction here, we want factories, we want the dairy, which is, I think, this one here. Yep. So that's the dairy. Now, this is quite a small one, so it would slot in over here, I think. Got a bit of an overlap there. I think it overlaps with the rocks there. Yeah, we could place it out here. We could place it right out here-ish. But I want to try and get it back a bit. Let's spin round. The alternative is over here, but I don't really want... I want to place it as close to the goats as possible. So if we zoom in here and we get it to about... Well, if we put it in at a little bit of an angle... yes, it has some overlap, but I think we're all right. We're good there. Yeah, I think we're good in this spot here. So what we'll do is we will turn on place anywhere and place that there. 36,000 for the construction of that. And then we'll take our first lot of goat's milk here. A full 500 litres, and we can start processing it that way. These productions are slow, but they're great if you have just a small amount of stuff to do. And with the size of our farm at the moment, they're great for that kind of thing. How much milk do we have here? We've got 194 litres. So we'll head into our area here. And right, goat's milk bottled, 10 goat's milk to 20 bottled goat's milk. So that doubles the amount. And 3 to 6. So that also doubles the amount. So what pays better? Let's have a look. We want here for the prices. So the goat's milk itself is not listed in the fruit types. So it's got to be listed down here. There we go. Goat's milk itself sells for, well, doesn't sell anywhere here. We'd have to take it down to the dairy. Sells for 5,544. So half of that is about 2,700. So what's this sell for? So yeah, we're almost doubling our price of our goat's milk with the bottled. And the goat's cheese actually sells for less. So I think we want to make bottled goat's milk. We'll make more profit from the bottled goat's milk. So let's get that started. Goat's milk bottled. We will activate that. And with not a massive amount of goat's milk in here, that will work out fairly well for us. So yeah, that's pretty perfect. And that's our farm setup. Don't need to water the rice fields today. Won't let us water those. So we are pretty much done up here. Our goats are fed. Our everything is watered because we handled that last time. And that means that we are done here and can move on to, well, recouping some of the money that we've spent today. Because that has been quite a costly start to get that dairy in. So it's down to the shop again, and we need to get a new set of contracts. I think if we can run a couple of contracts at the same time using the hired worker, that would be pretty good. And there's a few options. There's one right next door to the actual shop. Yeah, there we go. 39. That is spinach. So we could get the spinach harvester going on 39 and get that working. I think that would be good for us. So we will borrow the items for that contract. I also think we want to do the peas in field 10. So we will borrow the items for that contract as well. And then is there anything that will bring us in a sizable amount? There's stone picking in 41. There is ploughing in 9, but that will take forever. There's cultivating in 2 right beside us here. So I think we'll take on the cultivating and we'll go through that. That's 18,500. Field 2 is a really good field for us for that. There are some baling contracts as well, but yeah, we'll take on this one as well. And that should do us. Right, so we've got the cultivating contract equipment here. That's good there. We've got the pea harvester there. That we'll have to keep a bigger eye on. So this is probably the job we'll do because the pea harvester does not hold a lot of peas. And we're going to start with getting this contract running. So we'll start up the spinach harvester. We'll get this out and on to field 39, which is just around the back here. It could actually have gone out the shop the other side. Let's unfold the harvester. And I'm basically going to place the harvester on the field and go, right, hide worker, choose how you want to go about this. And just let it position itself and get it running in the field. So that is off and going. So next we're going to start up this. And as I said, we're going to get the cultivator going as well. That should do that field pretty well. We've got more rain today, which isn't great. But at least it's not the hail we had last time that actually destroyed crops on our farm. That would have been bad to have that for a second day in the row. And back this up. Get this onto there. Right. And then again with this, we'll get the hired worker going on this. Want to basically earn as much money as I can with these contracts while we wait for our rice to be ready. I think that's going to be ready next time. It wouldn't let me flood the fields today, so I don't think those need any work. Right, leave that going there. And then we are going to start up with this and head out and over to field 10 and get some peas harvested. The more contracts I do in Farming Simulator 25, the more I'm working out that there is still good money to be made from them. I know that they have been made a bit harder in FS25, and not everybody is a big fan of that. Have we got our header down? Yeah, we have. Yeah, I initially balked at it a little bit, but now I'm a lot happier with them. I think that they are it's a lot fairer. It's a lot more difficult to game them beyond what's realistic, and as a result, I think that's pretty good. There are mods out there that do help you pick up bales from contracts and things like that, which I can understand from how I used to do animals and things. You would be able to do a farm without having any baling capacity on and do cows and sheep on a farm with the old contract system. You can't do that so much anymore. So yeah, I can see the reasoning behind that of actually having to buy bales and things if you don't want to do the grass work, but still have those animals. But I don't think it's anything that's been done is particularly unfair. I am working on getting a setup with this where I can work out what the actual advantages are. Are we down? We're down. And putting together a tips video, I think that would be very useful. And I think people would like that. Let me know in the comments if you'd like that. And yeah, we'll see if I can help those along who are struggling a little bit with the new contracting setup in FS25. And this is why I'm babysitting this field today. We are at 95% full. We are coming up to the end of the first headland. In fact, yeah, we're 100% full. I'm impressed that all three contracts have about the same level of completion at the moment. We're falling a little bit behind with the peas because obviously we've had to run all the way down to the shop to grab our tractor and trailer, but we'll be back on target in no time. And yeah, 20% of the trailer. So if we have to empty 5 times, that will give us a full trailer on here. If we have to empty more than that, I'm probably going to bring my tractor and trailer down here and put the rest in that, because I think that will then be what we take back to our own farm. Doing this myself, I've actually overtaken the contract on field 39. We are, yeah, we're well ahead. Looking at our cultivator, that is doing a cracking job across this field as well. And looks like the The other harvester, the spinach harvester, is doing pretty well as well. That is 65% full, so that is going to need emptying soon as well. This is my fourth and final headland because in the middle of the field here, we now have a gap between this end and the other end. So in order to not make that have any overlap between the two, we are restricted to 4 headlands on here. That's plenty of space though for us to turn this pea harvest around. And this will take us up to 80%. So yeah, this is really good. Once we've loaded this on, we'll be able to go and get our tractor and trailer. Spinach harvester is full, and I don't think this trailer actually is going to take that much of this. That is only 18,500 liters. We'll have to see if the harvester fills up again. I don't want to go and tip this yet because we don't want to end up with the harvester completing, or the field completing, before we have got some spinach for ourselves. Speaking of completing, we are at 95%, 96% full on the harvester again. So I think we're about to get another full tank here. It won't be far off. Stop there. There we go. So I think we're going to empty this 3,730 liters into our own tractor and trailer. So we need to deliver 80% of the crop off this field. We've put 4 loads into our trailer that comes with the contract already. So this is the 5th load. So this is sort of the 20% on top, but that does leave a bit on the field. So we'll see where this ends up. But yeah, this should give us about, if we got 4,000 liters of peas to put into our own factory, I think I'd be happy. I think that'd be really good. So yeah, bring this down here, jump into the harvester again, start it up, and we'll see how much we have left. Just cleaning up the last little bit in the corner now. Yeah, we've got a slim section here. 2,243 liters. That is going to be roughly 1,700 liters, let's say, that needs to go into the other trailer. So let's do that. Let that go down. Not going down too fast, which is good. And there, 15, 11. There we go. So 425 liters, an extra 425 liters. That should do us. And then the sell point for this is down this way here, near the Fellowship. Fantastic name. And in. So yeah, tip this here, and away we go. Let's see if this, as long as this starts completing contract, not selling peas, we're good. Back opens, and yeah, there we go. 82, 83, 84. Please let this complete this contract. That would be really, really useful. We're getting very close. We're not fully transported though. That is disappointing to say the least. 97% of the way there. It looks like we are going to have to tip some of what we have waiting in our own trailer. That means some of this also needs to be tipped. I'm surprised by that. I thought we only had to deliver 80%. It must have been altered. It might take me up to 50% full as well. Yep. Oh, it does. Just over. So our little Iseki tractor is down at the dock. I am very carefully going to tip these. I want to make sure we only tip what we need to. We're going to make far more from the remaining peas if we are able to just... 84. Whoa. There we go. Managed to only do 40 £40.
27%. So yeah, we were well over what we should have for that. Let's see if we can send this back to our farm from here. This doesn't always work, but we will set a destination and we'll send this back to our farm because we need to get our other stuff working. No, that's going perfect. Let's collect on our contract. So farmland 10 is completed. Let's collect on that. Okay. And now I want to head over and do this. So where's 39 going? 39 is headed to there as well. So we should be able to turn out just left out of here and go straight down there. And yeah, we will get stuck in the one-way system, but that's okay. And it looks like, yeah, the contract has finished on field 2 as well. So on our way over there, we can collect that as well. So yeah, as farmland 2 is completed, we might as well collect that. 17,779. Perfect. And done. Cross the bridge to our unloading point. This is probably not going to completely empty our trailer. I think this we end up with probably about 50% delivered at most with this, I think. And the total is 39% transported. So there's another 2 trailers worth to get delivered down here. So I'm interested in finding out exactly how much of the harvester this will empty. It's not a full harvester either, so we're expecting at least a trailer and a bit. If I can actually get in the harvester. There we go. And auger out. So yeah, depending on how much we actually get to empty from this, we're 83% full. Will kind of give me an indication of how much we have left. 29,000 liters in here. And I think we might get like 18,000 liters into this trailer. Yeah, there we go. 19,000 liters into this trailer seems to be the amount. So 18,500. Okay, so we know this should get us most of the way there, and we'll need one more load after this down to the docks as well. If we're lucky, then this will complete the contract, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're gonna end up having to go back to the field one more time and then back to here one more time. We've got to go back to the field one more time anyway to empty the rest of the harvester. But this is hopefully going to get us as near as possible to completing this. And that is it all tipped. 79% transported. So yeah, I think we're probably going to end up with about 8,000 liters off of this field, judging by that. That is not as much as I would have expected off this field. Back up to the field for one final time. 10,000 liters. This should all fit in our trailer. In it goes. And harvester is done. Let's turn it off. Like so. Done. Right. Let's go tip the last little bit of this down the docks. And then the rest of this wants to come back to our farm for processing into spinach bags. So I want to try and work this so that we only drop off exactly what we need to finish this contract. Which seems to be a skill that I'm not doing too badly at the moment. So into the sale point, tip it up, and let's see how we do. I'm hoping it's not going to be too much. And we're tipping about now. 98, 99, 89% transported, 90% transported. There. Still 4,238 litres of spinach. So we've got a little bit left. I'm going to set this, I think, on a hired worker to get back up to the farm, and we'll go and deal with the peas. So our own Izeki tractor and farm tech trailer are sitting here waiting for us. We're just going to tip these peas in and get them working. The other tractor and trailer should be here shortly, and as soon as we get the spinach in, we'll be able to get that contract completed. So tip that up. And yeah, not a massive number of peas in here, but should be enough to make a few tinned sets of peas anyway. We'll park this up. We're building something really quite nice here now. I think we've got a nice, we're going nicely. We are going to need a new shed soon, as I'd said before. And I think we could possibly get rid of this one and put something larger in this end of the farmyard. That might work quite well for us. Actually, I don't know what kind of, what sizes of sheds and things base game. I know there are lots of sheds that have been released on the mod hub. Let's turn that off and we'll have a quick look at that, I think, while we wait for the other tractor to arrive. There are a few sheds here. There's this sort of size shed which is not really going to fit in our farmyard over there. We've got, yeah, not a huge amount of choice. We've got that one. That's bigger, but I don't know what the insides are like. These are all sort of American style sheds. So this is that's one of the ones on here. This is 25. So wow, that is much bigger. And where's the door? The door to that must be on the front of it, I'm guessing. There's this shed here. Oh, that would fit in rather nicely there and give us a load of space. There's this one here at 85. Again, quite a big shed for the space. It's whether it would fit. It would fit one side. Would it fit the other? That's the question. Could we? Yeah, if we moved, that would fit in there really quite nicely. Nice big shed for us, that one. And then we get some really large ones that we can't really fit on at all. And then finally, there's this one which we know from Zalonka, which might fit in that space there. But I think our best bet actually is this one here, and try and fit that in that space there if we can. That would be a good upgrade for us. And that one there, how much was that? That was 85,000 to get that one in. Yeah, we can't get the other one in, unfortunately. I don't think. Oh, we might be able to. Yeah, that one. This one would possibly fit in here as well if we put it there carefully. We've got several other objects, so there's a couple of choices that we have. And here comes the other tractor now. All done. Worker has completed task. We can tip this into our shed or into our production plant, and then we'll get the peas started as well. All in all, I'd say that's been a successful day again. We've made a decent amount of money again on here. And if we keep doing this, if we were to make like 50,000 a day, which is very achievable, I think, for us here, we would pay off the loan very quickly. We'd pay off in like 10 months because it's a day a month. So yeah, we'd pay it off in 10 months, which would be very, very good. Right, so we already have the spinach bags turned on. We want to turn on the canned peas as well, as we have a few peas in here. Not many. If we can get more peas, that would be good. I'm very tempted to get a field of peas going. And then we want to complete the remaining contracts. 2,067 we'll collect for that. That will return the tractor and trailer. And we're up to 34,324.
But importantly, we have our dairy started, so we're now producing some bottled goat's milk. That should produce hopefully a pallet of that for next time. We've got our kimchi going, we've got our mushrooms going, we've got stuff producing, and importantly, we have our rice fields that are going to be ready to harvest next time. And I'm pretty sure that if we come over here, we still cannot flood these. No. So these are just about ready, and we'll be getting the rice harvester out next time. And the rice is ready to harvest again on Hutan Pantai. So as normal, we're going to sell off today's produce in the shop first. We got our first bag of spinach here. So I'm hoping this is going to give us a nice little boost to our money. And yeah, 1,739 for that. We've got another pallet of kimchi to sell today as well, so that's good. And I think we've got some of the mushrooms to go as well. We're then going to alter things a little bit in our greenhouse. I think if we distribute the stuff from the greenhouse straight to the productions, that's going to mean we lose a lot less of the stuff that we have. We discussed last time how every time you take a pallet to your production plant, you end up losing half of it, especially if you're using the additional stuff from the kimchi recipe. So we're going to distribute going forwards, and hopefully that is going to mean that we lose a lot less of our products when we're doing that. So yeah, that's what we're aiming to do at the moment. These need to go to the sale. Now I'm aiming and beginning to think about what we're going to be doing after the rice. Of course, we're going to prepare the rice fields for next year, 881, and that it's not going to take us too long, and I don't want to do just solid contracts over winter again. So I think we might see if we can make some money from wood chips over the winter. There's a section of woodland up there that would be really, really good as a bit to buy. It's not too expensive, and it would allow us to do that. Let's change the output mode of this then to distributing, so the Napa cabbage is going straight into our production. And then this should be the last set of Napa cabbage that we need to transport for a while. Yeah, I think if we were to do some wood chips, we'd do pretty well. The problem we've got is that this tractor is not powerful enough to run the wood chipper, so we would have to probably hire the M8 Kubota and use that instead with the wood chipper. We can use our own trailer and do it that way. I think that would work best. Grab a chainsaw, wood chipper, and tractor, and we'll go from there. I think would be a really good setup. So I'm going to look at doing that, I think, as we get into the winter. And also the wood chip prices are better at that time of year. Our goats are still doing well. Goat cheese still being produced, and that is going, we're moving that into our little dairy. It doesn't function very quickly, that dairy, though. So we've not got any goat's milk out. When we do, though, the price of it is really good. So we'll see how that does. Let's hop into our harvester then. Start this up. And yeah, we should be able to get started getting this year's rice harvest in. Quite close in there. And I really enjoy using this little harvester. It's a brilliant little piece of kit. Works really, really well. Is inexpensive. And as a result, rice works fantastically with it. I also like sort of having small rice paddies and things. We don't know how much bonus are we getting from this year. Okay, so our yield bonus on here, interestingly, if we can find a point where it shows again, because it doesn't show very often. There we are, ready to harvest. 87%. That's a little bit odd because our field is fully mulched. Well, no, there it isn't. So this is interesting. If I stand in the middle of the field, it doesn't tell me what the bonus is on here. We've got no weeds. We've got no, we're fully fertilized. We don't need plowing. We don't need lime. We don't need rolling, and we don't need mulching. I don't know if there's any bonus on the rice. Certainly there are places that tell you, but it seems to be 87%. So I don't know if it's even possible to get a 100% bonus on the rice, interestingly. So let's start this up. In we go. And yeah, GPS is active. In fact, we never turned it off last time. And yeah, let's see how much we get off the headland of this field. Coming up to the end of the row, we've got a little bit outside the field, interesting. There have been a few bits like this around the field. Interesting little bits where I've had to go back. We are at 27% full. So pretty decent cut off the front there, about 500 odd litres. So yeah, looks to be good. Last time we filled the trailer from all three fields here. I'm expecting this is going to be maybe a little bit more than that. I'm certainly hoping so. I would like to think that all the work that we've done on this field will give us an increased yield over the previous year, but we'll see how it goes. Currently, we seem to be doing better. We're a third full at this point already. Coming to the end of the third headland, and as the perimeter of each headland has contracted, as expected, the amount of actual crop we've got from it has diminished. We're down to we're up to 68% harvested on this field. So that's not too bad. We are going to end up with a full tank off this harvester before the end of this field as a result of that. So that's very good news. I'm not sure we had a full one off here last time. I'd need to go back and check. I can't actually remember. But it certainly seems to be producing a decent amount of crop on here, and we will end up with a full harvester by the end of this field. If we're able to get a tank and a half off here, and we're able to get a tank and a half off the other larger field down the bottom, and we get a tank off the middle one, that will fill our trailer, and that would be excellent. I would be very happy with that. So we'll see how close we get to that. At the moment, we're 80% full, and yeah, I think we're definitely going to have a full tank off this field. We're almost full. In fact, we're going to be full before the end of this row. So let's back this out. In fact, one of the nice things about this is how maneuverable this harvester is. Let's get the auger out. And yeah, it is going out on that side. I'm not even going to move the traction trailer. We'll just back it up and empty into it from here. That makes more sense. And yeah, so that is a quarter of the trailer full, which really good start. We're definitely going to have a full trailer because we've got more fields. But to have this trailer at that point here, that's really good. I don't think the rest of this field is going to give us half a tank. I think we might be lucky to get a third of a tank off here. But we'll see how it goes. At the moment, we are doing really well. We're going to be able to get a lot of rice cakes off of this rice. Final row off this first field, and we are at nearly 40%. Actually slightly higher than I was expecting. Really good news, because that means that we are looking quite strong for the other two fields. We could end up with a full trailer off of these. So as a result, I think what we're going to do is I might set things up and time lapse the other two fields, because that would be
really, really good to see all of that go through. So yeah, let's get to it. Coming to the end of the final row here, and it's not quite as much as the previous one. Admittedly, we had to fill in some of the second tank with the field with this field, with the field above not quite doing a full tank, but still we've got a fair amount of here. Not been too bad at all. Yeah, that's looking a pretty full trailer there of rice. Let's see, how full is it? And we are 93%, 7,509 litres. So I'm pretty pleased with that. That is a good result on here. What I need to do now is head up the road with this, and we'll get set up on the next field. Before we start the next field, though, I'm just going to get our production working. I switched over to the grain door on here. Somebody suggested I should be using the grain door to tip into here because it's a little bit more realistic. To be honest, with tipping onto the ground anyway, it's not like there's a particular place. Let's tip out of that, though. It's a little bit slower, but this will empty out into here. And then how much rice will this take? This will take 24,000 litres of rice. So we've no worries about possibly hitting the top there. So let's activate the rice bag. It is 56 rice to 50 rice rolls. So that's a pretty good output. I don't think the rice bag, yeah, the rice bag is nowhere near as good. So if we look at the price here, we can have a look at the rice rolls, which is almost a one-to-one sell for sort of 2,800, and the price doesn't massively fluctuate. And in fact, with our farmers kiosk, we easily make that. The rice bags, going by the fact that we lose half, only makes 2,600. I'm not even sure that is worth doing that conversion, seeing as rice makes 2,079. So yeah, we get a bit of a boost from doing the rice rolls. We had about 50% on the top. The rice bag is about is pretty awful, actually. considering we get 2,000 per rice. So it takes 4,000 pounds worth of rice to make 2,600 pounds worth of rice bag. Yeah, that is absolutely not worth it. So yeah, let's head down to the field and get the harvester started on our final one. So having got 7,500 off our first 3 fields, my hopes are quite high for this field. This is the first time we've done field 27, and there is no mulching on this field at all. So we'll now get to see exactly how much that affects things. In fact, if we stop here quickly, I just want to jump out. You see, our yield bonus on this field as well is 87%. So there's no difference between this field and the other 3 fields we've already harvested as far as the yield bonus goes. I'm wondering how we get the yield bonus on these rice fields up to the maximum, because at the moment it's not obvious. There seems to be an inability to do that, to get that maximum. So yeah, not really sure. Looks like our GPS around this corner is a little bit messed up, but we're back on it now. Yeah, GPS around here, especially around these headlands with this slightly odd-shaped field, is going to be a little bit difficult, but I think we're going to be all right. We're already 360 litres off here, so not doing too badly at all. Quite happy with this. I think we got some bits around the edges to go and clear up before we get the second headland done. So I will go around and clear those up. But at the moment, looks like our first headland is going to be a pretty good one. Yeah, and there's a fair amount around these headlands that has been left. So fully expecting to have to go around. Although if I'm going to turn in and get that last bit, I'm going to have to go and grab this. So off our track, we'll grab the stuff around the edge. We want to grab as much as we can outside the field. The fact that anything's grown outside the field is a little bit amazing, but there's enough of it for me to go right. I need to go around the edge. 95 litres around that first edge, plus whatever we get now just doing this cleanup. That's really good. We're gonna get diminishing returns as the perimeter closes in, as we do the other 2 headlands, but at the moment it's looking like we might get a full harvester, maybe about the point we cut in, which would be good. That's on par with some of our bigger fields. And after 3 headlands, we're at 83%. I'm really happy with that. That's a very good amount. We're gonna start then on this side of the field. I've got a rough idea of where my lines are, but wow, this field is a very, very interesting shape. I seem to have cut in some interesting places, but we are going to start off here and hopefully get some lines to go by without too much hassle. Really love this rice harvester. This is an absolute joy to use, this little piece of kit. And yeah, I couldn't be happier. Rice is a really nice crop to do. I'm not convinced it's a really well-paying crop. In fact, I'm fairly sure at this point that it isn't. But it is a nice crop to do, an enjoyable crop to do. So we'll see how we do. And we're coming up to a full tank. So let's get the auger out. And we reach the end of this row. No, there we are. That's 2,000 litres. We'll start up our tractor and trailer and go and get that emptied. Wow, we might end up with another half a trailer here. There's a distinct possibility that there's another full tank's worth of rice on here. If that's the case, we could end up with as much as 12,000 litres off these 4 fields that we've done.
That would be exceptionally good. I would be very, very happy with that. That would lead to 6,000 litres of the rice cakes, nearly £3,000 per 1,000 litres. That is, well, that's 18 grand off our rice, which would be brilliant. That would be absolutely fantastic. That does kind of speak to how profitable rice is, though. I'm getting excited about making 18,000 off 4 fields worth of rice. If that holds, if we really are only going to make that much, that's not a lot. We've had much bigger amounts of this amount of fields before. So yeah, I don't think rice is the most profitable. We'll have to see how things go, though. I could be wrong in those calculations, but if we're looking at 12,000 litres of rice, that will go down into I think it's like 45. For every 100 we get 45 litres of the rice cakes. That is yeah, so it's about half. It's actually a little bit over or a little bit under half. So we're looking at rough calculations here. We'll say it's half. Even so, 12,000 litres down to 6,000, and then it's not even 3,000. So it's not even going to be multiplied by 3. It could be as far down as like 12,000 that we end up with for all this work. Yeah, if that's true, rice absolutely massively not a profitable crop. Coming up to another full tank off here. We're at 97%, so I'm gonna have to turn around, get a little bit more, and then back out to unload. I might just go over to the tractor and trailer and unload. Yeah, that puts us just 500 litres short of hitting that 12,000 litres. Back that out. Yeah, we'll stay in this. We'll go and empty this out. But yeah, that puts us very nearly on that 12,000 litres. We've got 4,000 here, so we're at 11,500 with the 7.5 or 7,500 litres that we've already put into our productions. And we've got very little bit of the field left to go, so I think we'll hit at least another 500 litres. If we're lucky, we'll hit another 1,000, but that's I think that's less likely. So let's see how we do and just finish this off. Yeah, there's not a huge amount of field left here, so I think 500 litres very likely. I think 1,000 litres will be stretching it a bit. Looks like even 500 litres might be stretching it. We've got this bit to clean up here. We got anything to clean up at the end of the road? No. And then we've just got a few bits down here. We're only at 387 litres. So actually, we're not going to make the 12,000 litres, I don't think. We are just shy of it off these 3 fields. That is, or off these 4 fields. That is slightly surprising. Yeah, we're at 410, 415 litres. No, not even that. 414 litres. So yeah, that puts us probably less than 100 litres short of the 12,000 litres. So we haven't even made that target, which is very interesting. So how much have we got in this farm tech trailer? Yeah, 4,413 litres of rice. That is less than I would have hoped for, I think, of here. I would have liked at least another 100 to 200 litres off this field. So we'll pack our harvester away for another year. Need to get it backed up into the shed and out the way. fits in here quite nicely, this little shed. You stick it right in the corner. It's very much out the way. Turn it off. Right, let's go get the tractor and trailer. I've left a few stalks over there. I'm not going to go get the harvester out for those. That's not going to make the difference. We just going to go and tip this into our production. And that will do us. Slightly disappointing, although we do have more output from the production today, so we'll get that sold off next time. There we are, and tip that. So what have we got waiting to sell off next time? We have some rice cakes, the first set of rice cakes, 1,000 liters of those, and we've got our first lot of peas. The peas are going to be worth a huge amount of money to us. And going through here at the moment, I think we are out of peas. We are, so we will deactivate that. So we got 1 pallet of peas out of that. Everything else is going well. Our spinach is still going, so we're still doing that. Spring onions, rice we're now processing. We've got 11,766 liters in there to process. So money will be coming in. And it might not be quite as much as I'd hoped, but we have got a pallet of peas out from doing that contract, and that is going to be worth a lot of money to us. Next time we'll be looking at turning our fields around quickly. We've got to get everything done in the shop. We do have this, and it comes with the crane arm on it for 31,000. Ouch. Yeah, that might not be the bargain that I thought it was going to be. I had kind of hoped that we might pick that up, but at 31,000, I don't think that's going to pay for itself very quickly. So we're headed down to the shop because we need to go and get a cultivator in order to get our fields turned around. I've looked at it. I tried to look into the problems that we've had with that drop in our yield bonus that we had with this year's rice, and it's really weird. We didn't roll the field because rice doesn't need rolling, and that could account for 2%. We also had another 10% drop as well, and I can't see where. I've heard that lime is less effective year on year, so there's a 5% drop in year 2 and another 5% drop in year 3, but that would mean that we'd need to relime our fields this year. And if we have a look at our fields, they don't need reliming this year. They're not ready for that. So I'm not 100% sure exactly why we had a drop. If we have a look at it, we've got no weeds. We're fertilized, so we've got 1 level of fertilizing. They don't need plowing. They don't need lime. They didn't need rolling, and they're all pretty much fully mulched. So yeah, I don't know why we had a drop. We'll see if it happens again next year. Here though, we need to get ourselves a cultivator. We don't have anything here. As I said, don't need plowing, so a cultivator should do us well. I've got a choice between these two, and to be honest, I think I might go with this just to be different. That is a 4-meter one for the John Deere, but I've used it everywhere. The Seno requires too much power, so we're going to get this one, the Eco Cultivator. Oh, do you know what? No, I'm not. It's 9,500 to buy the John Deere. It's 16,000 to buy the Kanosh, and it's smaller. So yeah, we've got to stick with. We need to spend as little money as possible. So details on that should do us great. That little John Deere, we will buy that. Yes, okay. And that is much better than where we were last year. We definitely didn't need the subsoiler anymore again this year. So we'll jump back into this. I want to hook this up and head back to the farm.
And we'll get that started and start turning our fields around, and then we can concentrate on looking for other ways to earn extra cash. The fog is really clinging to the basin today. Thankfully, we're in a fairly good position on the top of the hill here. We won't have too much hassle. Let's bring up the steering assist and okay that. Going to bring the lines up so that we can see where on the field we're working. And I want to crack on with this. So let's come down here. We'll lower this down onto this. And yeah, we can get this job done without too much hassle. And that's all 4 fields done. We've got a little bit of cleanup to do up here. Yeah, that's not going to fit in there. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with that. That's 4 fields all cultivated, ready for the springtime. We can pretty much leave our fields now. These will be all set up and ready to go. And down and in. Shouldn't get any weeds in these fields, I don't think. And so that'll be all clear as well. We'll take this back via the road. But I'm very happy to have that in there and done. I am hoping this patch here, where we had the hail damage, is going to work. But we'll get this back up to the farm. We got some stuff to sell as well today. We're trying to get 75,000 for the woodland behind the farm. If we can do that, that will do very well. So let's just park this in space here. And then we can start loading stuff up. Looks like we've got a set of peas. So the peas should play for our cultivator here. That would be very good. And we've got a couple of other bits and pieces as well. The goats have not yet produced an entire thing of milk, but they have produced some offspring, so we've got more goats coming in all the time. Let's hook this up. Yeah, there we go. And I'm very aware that I was starting a lot of videos by using these, and really wanted to get away from that. So doing them at midday means that we have a little bit more set up here. And I think we've got some choices as to what we can go and do next. There are a few... well, there's a few contracts available. There is a few other bits. If we can get more peas in here... In fact, I think there's a pea contract available.
So if I can do that for the afternoon, we'll make a decent amount. We made 3,394 off that first pallet. And I think that was our first pallet of... Oh, that was a pallet of rice cakes, I think. Whoa. There we go. That is in. 1,437 off the kimchi. Into reverse. There we are. I still live in hope that we might get some forestry stuff. Although the forestry stuff, I think we're going to have to lease. We know we're going to have to lease a tractor. Unfortunately, we can't afford to buy another tractor. So we're probably going to have to lease that. Oh, stuck a little bit under our factory. We know we're going to have to borrow the money for a wood chipper as well. If we're going to do that, we'll buy a chainsaw, and yeah, there we go, 3,394. So that again was rice. This is the peas. This is the thing that might add a lot of money and make really well. Peas are great. Yeah, 39,000, 5,715 for peas, and that is just the leftovers from a contract. So I think we got a pea contract. I think we might go and do that and see if we can make a bit of money, extra money off that this afternoon, because we're back up to 40,000 from just having extra stuff from contracts. So picking the right contracts here absolutely makes a difference. Down and up. Got another car coming. You'll have to wait because we are loading up our produce. There we go. Forwards. Wow, I'm amazed that worked. That worked really well. That is probably the straightest bit of stacking that I've had in a long while. Let's see if we can actually make it stick. We should make a decent amount off this as well. Our mushrooms have been making a really good amount, and I've got an idea. I think we're going to turn the rice saplings on again. We're going to fill up the space outside so that we have enough rice saplings to plant, because we know we'll have some excess, and the rest we're going to sell. So let's set those up, activate those. Yeah, and we'll just get it auto selling, I think. So make sure we've got enough rice saplings for next year, and then we'll start selling off the rest. I think that could be a very nice little source of income for us, considering how much those are worth. So looking at the harvesting contracts, there's actually 2 green beans contracts available. One for 8,328 and one for 17,240. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get both, and we're going to borrow the items for both. So let's borrow the items for that one and borrow the items for that one. And my plan is to knock them out really quickly by getting one of these harvesters working with a hired worker, but skipping rows. And then we'll run the second harvester following up behind on the same setup. So looks like we've got 4 headlands. This field should be our first one. Let's see if it will pull up the hired worker. Yes, it will. Perfect. So we'll set them off. Oh no, we won't. What we want to do is set them to skip rows. So let's start that again. And we can skip lines and get it to just skip one in the middle there. Okay. And set it going. So we'll see what happens with that. And we're going to jump in the other harvester here and do that. And then we will hook up 2 trailers next to each other and go with that setup. So this harvester here, we'll get this unfolded. We want to set GPS up on this. So GPS with the same setup. Okay. Start it up. And yeah, a 2 harvester setup might work really, really well for us. We'll see what happens when the harvester gets to the end and sees that there's the track that it's expecting to go on is already done. I'm intrigued to see what happens here. Following behind the other harvester here also affords me the opportunity to clear up after it because it is missing stuff in the corners. So we just clean up behind. I'm not too worried about it getting too far ahead because basically the way I'm going to do this is we will empty out the harvesters next to each other. So I'll come in. I will have to drive over the peas because of the way the harvesters decided to go. But with that first harvester full, what we'll be able to do is to drive the tractor and trailer up. We'll empty this harvester first, and then we'll empty the front harvester. So the AI worker almost has a full tank. I think it'll get to the end of the row, and it'll be interesting to see what it does at the end of the row. Both harvesters are full, so we're going to go down and around. We're going to empty out the second harvester first. As I said, because of the way the AI worker's gone around the field, I'm having to drive on the peas. Not something I would normally do. I normally prefer to steer clear of doing that. But this seems to be a really good way of doing things. Definitely seems to be a good way to maybe speed things up a bit, especially on a contract like this. I'm just hoping that, like last time, it recognizes which fields we're taking the peas off, and as a result, doesn't cause me any issues. I'm too far away to pull in. And hopefully, because we've got 2 sizable fields here, we might end up with a nice big amount of peas for our own production. Maneuvering these trailers, not a lot of fun. There we go. That's got it. And it looks like that is just going to drive all the way around the field. So let's bring it back. Get it running on the right line, and hopefully it will just pick things up from there. It's only the headlands where we've got this problem. It's running alternate lines in the main body of the field, but the headlands, we can't get it to do that. So you do need to babysit it a little bit. Kind of was expecting that anyway. We can now get ourselves going on this second line. This is working well. I'm working out the pitfalls of doing it this way, and I think if I can control it just enough, we'll be okay. Yeah, it's taken a little bit of wrangling to get that other harvester to behave itself, but it seems to be doing fine. It is at 80%. I know why that is slightly less full than this, because we started on this second row. Let's take the hired worker off. It's 90% full, so I think we'll empty it out now before we start trying to cut in with it. And then if I take my harvester out and finish the line with that, empty that out, we should be able to position this in the right place. So set that going, see where that decides it wants to go. And we are going to try and go the other side of it. Lining himself up somewhere. I don't know where though. It's come all the way down here to grab a tiny bit off that headland. Is it going back up the other end now? It's going to go back up the other end. Oh, wow. It thinks it didn't finish the headland. And nope, it is starting off in that. So we're going to start off in the second row here. And hope this doesn't cause any collisions. Otherwise, we may have to wait for the hired worker to finish a complete row and be coming back before we can follow along like this. I don't know, we might be able to get our row done before he comes in. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, I've missed a tiny bit. I can get that on the way back. But as long as I can keep close to the other harvester, I'm good. I'm not going to cause too much hassle. That is really good news. Both harvesters are getting very close to full at this point. In fact, I think both harvesters are full. Yep, right. We're going to back ours off a little bit. Yeah, we're good. So down with that and do that. We'll grab this. So we're 50% of the way through this field. We have a nearly full front trailer as well. So I think all of this field is going to fit in these trailers. Our biggest worry is this going to attempt to complete the second field? Because if it does, we might have a bit of a problem. But that is, yeah, we're getting a good amount off here. There we are. That should get the rest, I think. Yeah, it's going in just about. Unfortunately, we're a little bit delayed getting back into our row. Is this going to block it? Yes, it's blocking it ever so slightly. But we're all right. Yeah, we're out. Yeah, so it blocks it, and we have enough time to turn around and get back. And in this case, we're right on the heels of the other harvester. Oh, that is if I get the right GPS lane. There we go. Oh, man. We could have been right on its heels then. This is working incredibly well. I'm very, very pleased with it. If we come out here, we clear the other harvester quite nicely. Ooh. Okay, so he's skipped a couple of lanes. I don't know why it's done that, but that kind of makes things a little bit easier, because now we can just go along this lane here, let him do that. Oh, this is going to cause some sort of mess up. I don't know what, but yeah, that feels like a cut-in. And if that's a cut-in, that could cause us issues. So, moment of truth. If he turns right, which he hasn't, he's turned left and is coming straight at me. Yeah, I know. Yeah, messed everything up. I should have stuck to my correct lanes. I've done an entire row from the other harvester. Oh. That absolutely was my mistake. Now that I've got that harvester running almost a row ahead of mine, it should be fairly easy to prevent any kind of collision at all. I'm just trying to make sure that things go as smoothly as possible. This does seem to be the better way to do it, even if it's not the most realistic way to do it, because of course there's no easy way to unload that harvester. But considering we've been unloading it crop sides the whole time, I don't think it makes that big a difference. The other harvester is full well before I am. I'm going to try and squeeze past it and harvest as I do. Okay, now I'm kind of leading, which is interesting. We'll get my auger out as well.
But yeah, that's an interesting situation now, where I'm in the lead and the other harvester has stopped. I don't know if this is going to work this way around. This might also fill my trailers. I'm kind of opening up the field. I'm skipping a row, trying to open up the field and seeing if I can get the harvester to work slightly differently so we can try and avoid each other, see if I can make that work. We're getting very close though to a full set of trailers here. Yeah, this could be a very interesting situation. I think we're gonna have to go and tip this, and if that's the case, I think this will be an interesting experiment to continue next time. We've got a nice full field here. I do kind of wonder if this is going to work out for us or not. Let's stop this harvester though, because I do not want both harvesters going, or this harvester going, while we're away tipping this. So we'll stop that there. And yeah, with any luck, this is going to go for field 1 and not field 12. If it goes towards field 12, I think we have a much bigger problem. At the moment of truth, is this going to cause us a lot of problems, or are we going to be okay? Let's pull this first trailer in, switch over to it and tip. Which contract are you going towards? And oh, this is killing me. That is going towards field 12. That's really bad news. At least we know these two trailers won't be enough to do it, but we're probably gonna have to lease more trailers in order to get things finished. I want to do an experiment. I wonder if this trailer is for field 12 and the back trailer is for the other field, for field 1. If it is, if that works, which is that going to, that is also going on field 12. Yeah, so we have a problem. We're gonna have to switch fields in order to make this work now, because we are delivering 2 full trailers for field 12, and that's gonna deliver a good, well, I think that's gonna deliver probably 30% of what needs delivering for field 12. We are gonna have to be very, very careful about how much we deliver. 2 full trailers, 33% transported. So 2 more of these trailers can go, and that means field 12 is where we're going to be picking up next time, because we have to. For now though, I'm going to leave this here, so all that remains is for me to say
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.